the stakeholder meeting this morning. Before we get started, I just wanted to go over some of the webinar logistics with you. For those of you that are connected via computer, you should have a control panel that looks similar to this. For different operating systems, it may look a little differently, but this is what it should look like. You'll have an audio pane that'll show how you're connected to the webinar, either through your computer audio or via your phone. Most folks, when they log on for the first time, connect via computer audio. And so if you have working speakers and a working microphone, we certainly encourage you to participate via your computer. However, if you get to a point where you realize that your computer's microphone or speakers aren't working, you do have the option to connect to the webinar directly using your phone. So you would press the button next to phone call, and it would pop open with a phone number to call, and then an access code to enter when prompted, and a PIN number to enter when prompted. And that would connect you to the webinar directly via your phone. So you'd be listening to the webinar over your phone, and you could also talk to us using your phone. So you do have that option. There's a mute button on your control panel. Right now it should be a red microphone with a line through it. Everyone starts the meeting muted so that we can go through some of the introductory stuff. When the time comes, you'll need to unmute yourself if you want to ask questions or present. And so you'll need to press that red microphone button and let it turn green. And at that point, you'll know that you're unmuted and that you can talk to us. On your control panel, there's a raise your hand button. You press that button to raise your hand, whether you want to ask questions or provide some input. Pressing that button again will lower your hand. And then finally, there's a questions box where you can type in questions as well if you'd like. In the materials that were provided regarding the stakeholder meeting, it also mentioned that for those folks who do not have a computer or internet access, if they wanted to listen to the webinar and participate by phone, there's a conference line that we set up that you could do that. This is the phone number that was provided. It's 844-368-7161. There's a collaboration code that's 435007. And so again, that was for folks who don't have a computer or don't have internet access, but still wanted to participate in the meeting. You could call into that conference line. A quick word about the conference line. It is exactly that. It's like a party line. And so everyone who calls into that line can hear everyone else. And so if you choose to call in that way, once you get connected, please mute your own phone so that others who have called in and are listening to the meeting won't be interrupted by any noise or interference coming through your line. My colleague, Jim Fernandez, is monitoring that phone line, and he'll let me know when people have joined and whether there are any people that have questions on that line. And for that matter, whether you're participating using your computer or over the phone, if there's any other source of audio in the room with you, whether it's a TV or a radio or people having conversations, please turn the TV off or ask those folks to step outside the room. It'll be difficult for us to hear you if you're trying to talk to us and there's some background noise going on at the same time. So at this time, what I'd like to do is introduce the Director of the Water Quality Division, David Galindo, and he's going to get this meeting kicked off. David?
Okay, thank you, Brad. My name is David Galindo. I'm the Director of the Water Quality Division. Welcome, everyone, to our landmining rulemaking based on 2 petitions that we'd received. And so we'll get into the details of those in a moment. If Michaela, could we go to the next slide, please?
It's just a second.
And so, as you're aware, we're doing our meeting virtually today, so I appreciate everyone working with us during this difficult period. The offices are not open to the public currently, so we are required to hold the meeting in this virtual format. And so, we appreciate your participation as we do this, and hopefully we can capture everyone's comments appropriately. We're recording this meeting as well, just so you're aware. That gives us the ability to go back and make sure that we get everybody's comments on audio, and we can make sure we don't miss anything. Everyone who would like to speak is going to be given the opportunity to speak. If you do have a question or you would like to speak, you can raise your hand, as Brad had noted earlier. There is that icon that you can hit, and so the moderator will unmute your phone so that you'll be able to talk. Okay, and then if you're on the phone line, you would just announce that you would like to speak, and the moderator will unmute your phone line. And then we also have a chat box available if you would like to write in comments or questions at any time that we're talking. And so, let's see here, for the chat box, form, I'm trying to get this to work here for me, but we do have a chat box. Rebecca, could you chime in real quick and let people know how to use the chat box feature?
Yeah, David, there's a questions box that the attendees have access to. They can type their questions in there. Okay, so it looks different from my screen? Correct. Okay, I was looking for it on my screen. Okay. Again, as Brad mentioned, if you have, please mute your phones if you have a phone or any other audio devices in the room so we don't get any feedback. My kids are doing school remotely from home right now, and so there's a constant kind of level of noise in the background. But if that gets to be a problem, please let me know, and I'll go in and politely tell them to calm down a little bit. Okay, next slide, Michaela, please. So let's start with our introductions of our presenters. Again, I'm David Galindo. I'm the Water Quality Division Director. We are in charge of we're tasked with doing the rulemaking, and so we will be getting everyone's comments today as we move forward with the two petitions that we received, and putting a rule package together that will actually go back before the commissioners, and the commission will decide whether or not they approve that rulemaking. If they do approve that rulemaking, it'll be placed on public comment. So this is not your only opportunity to participate, and so for anyone that wasn't able to join today's meeting, they will still be able to comment on any rule language when we get to that point of actually having official rule language released. So with that, we also have Rebecca. And so Rebecca, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is Rebecca Villalba, and I am the team leader for the stormwater team. And as David said, the Water Quality Division is tasked with rulemaking. And so then my team, we're under the Water Quality Division. We are tasked with the rulemaking. Thank you for joining us.
And Michaela?
Hello, everyone. My name is Michaela Coleman. I'm a permit writer with the stormwater team, helping David and Rebecca with the rulemaking.
Okay, and then we have our petitioners. We received one petition from the Texas Aggregates and Concrete Association. And so, Josh, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Josh Lefkowitz, and I'm the president and CEO of the Texas Aggregate Concrete Association. Kind of newly in this position within the last 6 months now. I can't believe to say that, but looking forward to working with the TCEQ and the Lake Houston folks on this issue.
Thank you, Josh. The other petition received was from the Lake Houston Area Grassroots Flood Prevention Initiative. And so they go by the acronym FPI. Mr. McCabe, would you like to introduce yourself? Bill, I think you're muted.
There we go. Good morning. My name is Bill McCabe, and I represent the Lake Houston Area Grassroots Flood Prevention Initiative, and one of the petitioners in the stakeholder meeting. Our group was formed shortly after Hurricane Harvey by residents who had been flooded by waters from the San Jacinto River. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And the next member of FPI, Mr. Fail.
Yes, my name is David Fail. I'm Bill McCabe. I'm part of the Lake Houston Area Grassroots Flood Prevention Initiative. I personally got flooded in this, and shortly after joined the initiative to find out the reasons why, and we could find solutions to prevent that from happening going forward. And so we view this as a component of much larger flood prevention initiatives going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. And then we have some TCEQ panelists joining us today. Mr. Michael Parr.
Hello, everyone. This is Michael Parr. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Okay, so Michael's an attorney with our Environmental Law Division. Next, we have Mr. Peter Schaefer.
Hi, this is Peter Schaefer, and I'm the team leader of the Standards Implementation Team. And I'm playing kind of a supporting role in this process. My team looks at a lot of mitigation projects for 401 dredge and fill operations, and so we deal with restoration projects, mitigation banking, and so I'm here to lend a role as far as the sort of ecology of restoring these areas to and enhancing them for retaining the soil and that sort of thing.
Okay, and we also have Mr. Dan Siebenacher.
Hello, I'm Dan Siebenacher. I'm a permit writer at the Stormwater Team.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Michaela, thank you. So our goals and objectives are to facilitate the stakeholder participation process and get to a point where we actually have developed language for a rule that we would then present to our commissioners for the rulemaking process. And so what we're going to do today is we're going to summarize and compare the two petitions that we received. We'll look at, we have some watershed areas that were proposed that are a little bit different in the two petitions, so we'll talk about those things that are different. We also have some very draft rule language that we'll share. And so we're actually going to allow for a couple of weeks, and we could talk about that later on, but we're going to allow some time for the stakeholders to take a look at that language and submit written comments after this meeting, if they think of anything else that comes up after the meeting. And then we're going to talk about best management practices. And so there were, I believe, plenty of best management practices that were consistent between the two groups, and there were some that were still seemed to be, that there wasn't an agreement reached on those. And so, how we are structuring this is the petitions ask for rulemaking to put rules in the agency's rules that require the agency to then develop BMPs for sand mining in this area. And so the first step would be that actual rulemaking to establish that requirement that the agency do the BMPs and put that into the rule. The BMPs would be developed separately in a separate document, and that allows for, as BMPs change or things, as we learn what works and what doesn't work, that gives us the ability to go in and modify those BMPs without having to go through the entire rulemaking process again. So it gives us some flexibility there. So just to let y'all know, that's how this process is going to be structured into two parts: the rulemaking process and then the BMP process. But since we're talking about the rulemaking here, we are also going to be talking about the BMPs because they're intertwined. Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to FPI, and they can talk about what their goals and objectives are for this meeting.
Okay, thank you, David. As I indicated, our group was formed shortly after Hurricane Harvey by residents who'd been flooded by waters from the San Jacinto River. We have been active in all phases of sedimentation and flood prevention, including dredging throughout the San Jacinto watershed, broad issues for the gates at Lake Houston, seismic lowering of Lake Conroe, and various other areas of pollution and flood prevention. My group began working with TACA on best management practices for the sand mining industry in the San Jacinto watershed almost 2 years ago. During that time, we have worked with TACA and various other groups in an attempt to formulate best management practices for the sand mining industry that would prevent pollution and reduce flooding. Most other states have implemented comprehensive aggregate production operational rules. Since the state of Texas has no comprehensive aggregate production operation rules, we began the process by copying the regulations from the state of Louisiana and modifying them to operations here in Texas. There were many areas of agreement between TACA and the Flood Prevention Initiative. However, there were certain areas we could not agree upon. Thus, both TACA and my group submitted separate petitions to TCEQ. You can see these differences in our positions by reviewing the draft attachments both TACA and we presented. These differences are highlighted in the TCEQ comparison document on their website that Rebecca will be going over later. Essentially, there are three areas of what I would term major disagreement. The first disagreement is whether or not these rules and associated regulatory guidelines should be mandatory or voluntary. TACA obviously wants them to remain voluntary or discretionary with each of the sand miners. Essentially, this is the way it is working right now, with the conscientious operators doing a fairly good job of adhering to the general principles we have outlined, and the other sand miners doing exactly as they please. This is not working well for the citizens of the state of Texas, who are forced to deal with pollution and sedimentation from the sand mines with little or no recourse. As has been made abundantly clear since the flood, voluntary guidelines are no guidelines at all. Therefore, we feel absolutely necessary that these rules be mandatory with discretion on the part of TCEQ to grant waivers where it can be explicitly proven that such waivers are in the public interest. Another very valid reason to make these best management practices mandatory is equality for the sand miners themselves. If the practices are mandatory, all miners will be able to compete on equal footing, both economically and operationally. If they are discretionary, only the conscientious miners will abide by them and the polluters will effectively ignore them, giving them an unfair advantage in the marketplace. Since most of TACA's members are conscientious miners, I would think they would want to make these practices mandatory. The second area where we have a disagreement is the area of setbacks. Far back from the waterway is a safe distance. Our contention is that these mines should be located at least 1,500 feet from a water body. Once again, TCEQ could devise rules that would allow closer proximity with certain enforceable rules, but never any closer than 200 feet from the waterway. This practice would allow for buffer areas in the event of accidental discharge from the mine itself. Once again, TCEQ would have regulatory authority to modify these rules in the case of existing mines. The third area where there was a disagreement has to do with restoration and reclamation, rules of best management practices. Before, during, and after mining, strict parameters as to vegetation, drainage, dikes, roads, etc. must be set up to ensure that the downstream residents of the state of Texas are protected. These assurances should be secured by a performance bond, which will ultimately be released once the site is fully restored. Each subsequent owner will be responsible to see that these bonds were maintained throughout the life of the project. Although these are the three major areas of disagreement, there are several other areas where TCEQ is going to have to make some important decisions. One being the dikes. The slope or the width of dikes is critical. Secondly is the measurement of turbidity. Our recommendation would be a measuring device immediately upstream from each facility and a measuring device immediately downstream from each facility. A third area is wastewater discharges. Our recommendation would be that no wastewater discharges be allowed. And lastly, no mining below the lowest depth in the channel. Setting up rules for sand mining in the sand decision watershed is no small task. However, I think TCEQ may be able to shorten the time frame with certain steps. As I mentioned in the beginning, there are no comprehensive aggregate production operational rules in the state of Texas. However, there are a couple of very comprehensive rules for aggregate operations within designated areas in the state. Maybe, in hindsight, we should have been working with these rules rather than starting out with the Louisiana guidelines. The two that come to mind are the rules for the Edwards Aquifer and the rules for the John Graves Scenic Waterways. For instance, Rule 311.8 of Subchapter H would address the second area of disagreement on setbacks, with special provisions for mines from 200 to 1,500 feet from a waterway. Likewise, the disagreement over restoration and reclamation could be resolved under Subchapter H, Rule 311.76, 78, and 81, which provide for bonds for restoration and reclamation. These rules and their associated regulatory guidance documents would form a very good starting place for TCEQ. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Bill. And now on to the Texas Aggregates and Concrete Association. Josh? Mr. Lethwich?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, so the Texas Aggregate and Concrete Association, we are a statewide industry association, one of the largest associations in the U.S. as it regards to state associations, and we represent roughly 80% of all the aggregate and concrete producers in the state also. So we have good representation. We believe these rules that we've outlined are in our petition will be protective of the environment. We do understand that there are some differences in what we are wanting to accomplish, and compared to the Lake Houston group. We've been working closely with them through this process, as well as TCEQ. A couple of the points that Bill was pointing out, especially in the regards to the voluntary, whether these rules be voluntary or not. We believe these rules will not be voluntary, but they would be, they would someone have to do the thing that would be voluntary would be the actual BMPs that would be implemented, and which ones they can choose to have for the BMP. So to say that the rules would be voluntary is not the, we would not support that, but the way the BMPs are actually implemented is voluntary, and which ones they choose, and which ones they want to have implemented on their sites. So we believe most of our, most of the members out there that are operating already perform these setbacks and are positioned appropriately within the area for mining. Mining has been going on there in the San Jacinto waterway for over 50 years. There's been much growth around the area that has contributed to impervious cover issues that have led to more potential runoff from these other areas coming in to these sand mines and to the San Jacinto River areas too. So that has been something that's been documented, and easily, you can be able to see this through satellite photos and other things, and just the development in the areas where they're developing new homes, new residential homes, commercial, those type of activities. So I think we can continue to work with the Lake Houston group through these issues, and hope to get a rule in place that is good for the citizens of Texas and for the people in the area.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Okay, so we're going to go through our outline, our agenda for today. And so we have we're going to do the overview of rulemaking timeline, the summary of the petitions, a discussion on the watershed, the different watersheds that were identified in those petitions, the draft language, and then we're going to get to a part this morning where we do some stakeholder discussion and input before we have a break for lunch. At the point that we do the stakeholder discussion and input, we also have 3 presentations that were provided from Mr. Bob Rehawk, Jill Bullion, and Mark Friesenheim. And so at that point, we will allow them to make presentations during that stakeholder discussion part. And so with that, I'm going to turn this over to Rebecca Villalba to talk about the rulemaking timeline.
Brad, are you going to make me my speaker? I do not see how to share screen.
I just passed it over to you, Rebecca.
Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Yes, we can, Rebecca.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I will go ahead and give you a quick overview of the rulemaking timeline. So TCQ, as David said, received 2 petitions, and part of that process is a timeline. TCQ has timelines for any rulemaking. So I will go over some of the major steps so you understand the process that we have to follow. So the first petition was submitted by TACA on June 15, and the second petition was submitted by SPI on June 23rd. As we said earlier, those two petitions were received. They're similar in nature, but they require, or they have a couple of items that are slightly different, so we'll discuss those. So the first thing that we needed to do is that we needed to bring those petitions to Commissioner's agenda. So we presented on August 12th to the Commissioners that we have received two petitions, brought them up to their, for their consideration to review to see if they approve for us to continue with the rulemaking process for the two petitions. So we assigned it a docket number. Everything is posted on the Commissioner's agenda if you want to go back and look at the recording of that meeting. But the approval was to go ahead and proceed for the Executive Director, meaning us, to move forward with the rulemaking and stakeholder process. So they were very specific that we needed to have stakeholder involvement. So that's why we are here. So since August 12th up to now, we've been working with the petitioners and within our internal group to be ready for this meeting. So we have a lot of information to provide to you. We're going to give you a summary of the petitions themselves so you understand them, give you some basic information on the BMPs, and show you some items that we want your feedback either today or within the next 2 weeks. You're welcome to give us any comments that you have. So we developed a web page. You can see at the bottom of the screen, that's the web page where you will find everything that you want to know regarding this petition. So we have posted the two petitions. The meeting information for this meeting is there. The handouts, the agenda. We're going to post the presentations that we're doing as well as the presentations that we have received from stakeholders that want to show you a presentation. So we have a web page that you can go ahead and look at the information at your leisure. So what's next? The Commissioners approved it. They said go ahead, proceed with this rulemaking to see, what's needed and involve stakeholders. So we took a very good look at the stakeholders in the area and on the state as well. And so we invited all the aggregate production operation entities that are registered in the Liberty, Harris, and Montgomery counties. We also looked to see all the multi-sector general permit authorizations under Sector J, which is the mineral mining sector that's regulated by our stormwater permit, that are in those counties as well. And then as well as other government agencies, as well as other members of the public that are normally in our stakeholder groups that are in that area. So we took really good look at who needed to be involved and who needed to provide information and input on these petitions because of your involvement or being there in that area. So the proposal, the rulemaking timeline, we had the stakeholders identified. We decided to then say, okay, let's have a stakeholder meeting. The rulemaking process itself has started. We have assigned it a number, a rule number, so you can see that posted on our website as well. But the rulemaking timeline or the process is set up in 3 stages. We have a stakeholder process stage, and then we have the proposal phase, and then ultimately the adoption phase. So right now we're in the first phase. We're in the stakeholder phase. So we are right now currently having the first part of this stakeholder process, where we're having the meeting with you all to get your input. We're going to ask for input on the draft rule, on the watershed area, the BMPs. So comments are going to be due from you on November 24th. If you provide comments today orally, we'll accept them. But if you want other comments, feel free to submit them to us later. Once we receive all those comments, we're going to compile them. We're going to review them to help us finalize the rule the draft rule that we have, also to figure out what BMPs we need to consider in having in the BMPs document. So then we move on to the next phase, which is called the proposal phase. So in the proposal phase, we will have a finalized draft rule. Right now we're going to show you today a draft rule, but that's the initial one just to get communication and engagement and discussions going. But in the proposal phase, we will have a rule that we have finalized in draft form that is going to be ready to go to the commissioners to receive their approval for us to publish that rule in the Texas Register. So the proposal phase really starts the formal process for the rulemaking. So we will go to commissioners' agenda. We will then receive, hopefully, their approval to go ahead and publish. We will then publish the draft rule in the Texas Register, and that will start the 30-day formal public comment period. So right now you have an opportunity to provide informal comments that we're going to consider and looking at to draft that rule. But you have another opportunity. Once the 30-day comment period is officially over, we will receive all those comments. We will compile them, determine how they affect the rule or the BMPs. We will revise them. But also at the end of the comment period, we will have a public hearing or a public meeting where, again, we will open it up for people to provide us input, either orally or just to hear what we have done so far. So again, that's the proposal stage. That is more of the formal process. So once we receive all those comments from during the public comment period, during the public meeting, then we will go to the adoption phase. In the adoption phase is where we will officially respond to those public comments and we will finalize the rule. So the rule will no longer be drafted. It will be a final rule. And every comment that we receive during the formal comment period will be addressed and prepared as we call the executive director's response to comments. Then we will go again to the commissioners to present our response to comments and our finalized rule, and hopefully they will adopt that. And so once it's adopted, then we will go ahead and publish that adopted rule in the Texas Register. So this is in a very general way the three phases of the rulemaking. So I want you to understand that today we have started already the rulemaking process. And so we're going to discuss the rule, we're going to get your comments, but the other part of this petition also includes the BMP document. So that is something else that we're going to start today, but that may be continuing in a different path as long as we're also moving forward with the rulemaking process. So in a very general way, a different way, we're presenting here the timeline to show you more with dates so you know what we are aiming for, what we're shooting for right now. So today we definitely have the meeting, November 10th. November 24th, we will have stakeholder comments due. Then between December of this year and March, we will be reviewing the comments, finalizing the draft rule, and preparing briefings so that we can go to the commissioners on May of next year. We will go to commissioners' agenda, and we hope to then publish the rule. And then in June, of course, we'll be finishing the 30-day comment period and have the public hearing. Then July and August of next year, we will be responding to those formal comments and finalizing the rule. And we're hoping to go to commissioners' agenda sometime in October, November of next year to adopt the final rule. Then we will publish it in the Texas Register, and it will become effective after a certain date that's adopted in the Texas Register. So overall, that's the rulemaking timeline that we have for you to get an idea of what stages we have to follow and the timeline that we have so far. Once we go to proposal and we go to adoption, things become more formalized and we have to stay on a timeline that is strict. We cannot deviate. Right now in the stakeholder process, we have a little bit more wiggle room, but we're still trying to adhere to this date. So now that I went over the overview of the rulemaking timeline, I will go over briefly on the summary of the rulemaking petition so that you understand what we have received and what we need to work on. So the petitions, like I said, they were two petitions, but they were very similar because both of them proposed that TCQ adopt a new rule to establish best management practices for aggregate production operations in a select area in the San Jacinto River Basin. So the San Jacinto River Basin is in the North Houston area. So the petitioners had to submit certain elements in their package for the petition to be considered complete. So they have a cover letter, then they have the original petition for rulemaking that includes a draft rule. So they included draft rule language for our consideration. Then they also included a document of best management practices. As the petitioners told you earlier, they developed that based on their knowledge of other BMPs and guidance manuals in other parts of the country. So this is what the contents of the petition include. So we'll break them down. So just for you to understand where the petitions propose that we include this rule. The petitions propose that we include the rule in subchapter, as a new subchapter, in 30 TAC Chapter 311. So 30 TAC stands for our Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 30. Title 30. And that has many chapters. So in Chapter 311 is what we have the watershed protection rules. So the petition says you should include a new subchapter under Chapter 311. And currently, those watershed protection rules already have subchapters A through I, and they provide restrictions on specific activities in certain water quality areas, such as the Edwards Aquifer, the John Gray Scenic Riverway protection areas. So they have rules specific to certain areas in a water body in Texas. So this is where the petitioner said, go ahead and include a new chapter here. So with that being said, a new chapter would be subchapter J, because we already have A through I. So this would be a new subchapter called Best Management Practices for Aggregate Production Operations within the San Jacinto River Basin. Please note that the proposed rule will only be applicable to aggregate production operations in the San Jacinto River Basin area that we will define as the agency, as stakeholders, as petitioners together, we will define that area. So right now the petitions provided an area, but as David said earlier, the areas are not quite the same. So we will break those areas down for you so we can have meaningful discussion on what the area needs to be considered and what it needs to include. The proposed rule will also establish BMPs, or best management practices, for certain aggregate operations, such as sand mining. We will not include the BMPs. That's not what we're proposing, and that's one that the petitioners requested. We're not proposing to have the BMPs included within the rule itself, but the rule is going to reference the guidance manual or the BMPs document that we will talk about this afternoon. So once TCQ develops and comes up with that BMPs document together with you, the stakeholders, and the petitioners, then that guidance document is going to be maintained by TCQ. As you know, technology changes, the environment changes, things change, so we would have to make sure that those best management practices are keeping up with technology, with scientific discoveries, with operations for the aggregate production operations activities as they evolve and things are different and new. Those BMPs need to be flexible. We need to be able to revise them. So that's why it's not good to include the list of the BMPs within the rule, but instead have them into a document that can be a living document that can be more easily revised as needed. So that was a quick overview of the summary of the rulemaking petition. So now Michaela is going to go over the watershed map so that we can show you the differences in the two definitions of the area that the petitioners want to be protected. Michaela?
Okay, can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so as Rebecca said, I'm going to go over the different watershed areas described by the petitioners. So the petitioners are defining a specific area where the rule will apply within the San Jacinto River Basin. So on the right is an image of the San Jacinto River Basin, so you can see it encompasses several counties, including Montgomery, Harris, Walker, San Jacinto, Grimes, Waller, and Liberty counties. So it takes up a pretty large area. But each petitioner is going to, has proposed a watershed area, a kind of sub-watershed within the San Jacinto River Basin, where they believe this new rule should apply. In TACA's definition, it includes a more narrowly defined area, and we'll take a look at that in just a second, while FPI's definition is a little bit more broad than TACA's, so it's going to encompass a greater area of the river basin. So next we'll take a look at the actual definitions each petitioner provided. On the left, TACA's definition includes only the stream segments and their tributaries beginning below the Lake Conroe Dam in Montgomery County and along the eastern and western forks of the San Jacinto River, and then terminating at the Lake Houston Dam in Harris County. So their main focus is just on that eastern and western fork of the San Jacinto River. While FPI proposed the definition of the following. So they want to include only the watersheds of the following and its tributaries, including the East Fork of the San Jacinto River in Montgomery County, Harris County, and Liberty County, Peach Creek in Montgomery County, Caney Creek in Montgomery and Harris County, as well as the West Fork of the San Jacinto River. And they want to encompass tributaries that feed in below Lake Conroe Dam in Montgomery County and Harris County, which would include Lake Creek, Spring Creek, and Cypress Creek, and then terminating at the Lake Houston Dam. So you can tell just by how they've written it, FPI is encompassing more tributaries into the east and west fork of the San Jacinto River. So based on these two different definitions, I developed a map to visually look at how they would fall. So here are the two maps side by side. I know it's a little small on your screen. On the left side is a representation of TACA's proposed area. So this kind of green shape is going to be the entire San Jacinto River Basin. And all the blue lines, of course, are our surface waters in that area. And then where the surface waters have been shaded red, that's representing the stream segments that TACA's concerned with. So that's going to be this eastern and western fork. And then this kind of hatched area around those red segments represents a watershed around those water bodies. And then also included in the maps are points to show our registered APOs. Those dots are yellow. And then points to show our multi-sector general permit Sector J facilities, which would encompass sand mining facilities. So just to get an idea of what kind of operations could be in these areas, that's displayed on the map as well. And we'll look at a more zoomed in version of each of them in a minute so you can get a better view of all of the details on the map. And then on the right side, we see FPI's version. So again, they're including both the eastern and west fork of the San Jacinto River, as well as the Spring Creek tributaries that feed into the west fork of the San Jacinto River. So their area is much larger many more of them are shaded red because they're concerned with all of these tributaries. And then the watershed that encompass these are also in this hatched area. So let's look at each one of them more closely. So here's a view of the Taka one, zoomed in a little bit. So you can see again, there are two focus areas here, kind of the eastern and western fork. And then you can see these points a little bit better. Yellow is the registered APOs within the area, as well as the green, which represents our multi-sector general permit facilities under Sector J, which encompasses sand mining facilities. And then again, to look at the FPI version, so they're including more tributaries, so there's a greater number of stream segments encompassed by their definition, and then the watershed surrounding them. And again, you can see the points to show all the different facilities that might fall in this area. And both of these maps are available on our webpage for you to look at later. And then just one more view so you can kind of see them laid on top of one another. Again, this is the greater San Jacinto River Basin, and then kind of the blue shows FPI, and then the red shows what Taka would be laid on top of it. So you can kind of see the difference in area that would be included in the two different definitions. So moving forward for the rulemaking, the rule itself will need to include a definition of the watershed where this rule is going to apply. And we want input from you all, the stakeholders, to help us determine what that final definition should be. Maybe you prefer one of these proposed definitions. Maybe it should be some kind of combination of the two. So be thinking about that as we move forward toward the discussion portion. We want to hear from you all what you think, which definition might be the best one for this rule. And so next I'm going to pass it back to Rebecca, and she'll go over some of the draft rule language we have for you all as well.
Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. So, thank you, Michaela. So, Michaela now went through the differences of the watershed areas, and we need to define those because the rule has to have that area defined. What I'm going to go through next is what we have already prepared as the draft rule, as I said, so that we have something to review. We have something for you to review, something for you to look at and give us comments. We took as a basis the rule language that was submitted to us in the petition. And so I will break it down a little bit, but again, keep thinking of what you like, you don't like, what else needs to be included, any questions you have, because after this segment of this presentation, we will move to the stakeholder input section when we're going to open it up to hear your comments and to hear your input. So these slides have a lot of language, but it's because we're giving you the actual draft rules. So as I said earlier, 30 TAC is going to have under Chapter 311 with the watershed protection rules a new subchapter. So the new subchapter is going to have the best management practices for aggregate production operations within the San Jacinto River Basin. The language of the rule that's going to allow for this to occur, to be implemented, and to be enforceable. So the first thing that we will have in the rule is the definition section. So this will be under Section 311.101. And so we have several definitions that we feel are important for this new rule. So the first definition, of course, is what is an aggregate production operation? So right now we have that this is a site that is defined and is subject to the requirements under 30 PAC Chapter 342 of, the Texas Administrative Code, which is relating to the regulation of certain aggregate production operations. So we feel that we don't need to come in and spell out what an APO is. We can just refer to that rule. So think about that. Do you agree with that? Do you have other input? Another definition that we need is best management practices. And this rule is going to regulate the best management practices that APOs in this area need to implement. We need to make sure that everybody understands what a best management practice is. So right now the definition that we're proposing comes from our industrial stormwater permit called the multi-sector general permit. So right now we're defining the best management practice to be schedules of activities, prohibitions of practices, maintenance procedures, and other techniques to control, prevent, or reduce the discharge of pollutants into surface water of the state. BMPs also include treatment requirements, operating procedures, and practices to control plant side runoff, filter leaks, sludge or waste disposal, or drainage from raw material storage areas. This definition, like I said, comes from the federal regulations, is a definition that we already have in our multi-sector general permit. So we feel that this is a definition that clearly explains what a BMP is. The next definition that we feel is needed because it's used in the rule, and you'll see that in a bit, is infeasible. So in the rule we use the term feasible. So we don't have a definition for feasible, but we do have a definition for infeasible, that we use in other parts of our permit language. So infeasible means that it's not technologically possible or not economically practicable and achievable in light of best industry practices. So think about that. Do you have any comments, any input on that? The next definition is minimize. The rule also uses the term minimize, and this is something that everybody needs to understand. What does that mean? So minimize, also this definition comes from our multi-sector general permit and other permits, and it means to reduce or eliminate to the extent achievable using control measures that are technologically available and economically practicable and achievable in light of best industry practice. So minimize can mean to reduce or to eliminate. The next definition is regulated activities, and this is one where we definitely need the petitioners and stakeholders' input to make sure that we have a clear definition of what the regulated activity is. For example, sand mining and quarrying operations conducted at APO sites. Is this what you want this definition to be? We understand based on the petitions that it's for sand mining and the operations that are conducted by those APOs. Is this what you want? Is this a definition that covers that? The other definition that we've mentioned is the San Jacinto River watershed. So this is an important definition because these petitions are not to apply in the whole state. They're right now for a specific section of the San Jacinto watershed. What is that section? As Michaela presented, we have in the petitions 2 different areas defined. We cannot have 2 different areas that are different. We need to have one. And what is that area? So right now I didn't include the language in this draft rule because Michaela already showed you the different definitions for the areas that each petitioner included. But as you know, one is more broader, more encompassing, one is a little bit more narrow. So again, we need your input on what that watershed area needs to be. So then we move on to the next section of the draft rule. So the draft rule will have a section 311.102, which is going to be called scope and applicability. So this is the area in the draft rule where we're going to discuss who this applies to, who this rule applies to, and the applicability of it. So it's split out into several sections. So again, I will go through those sections in detail. So the purpose of this chapter is to regulate through best management practices, APOs, which perform certain regulated activities that have the potential to negatively impact water quality within the San Jacinto River watershed as defined in this chapter. So that's the introduction to this scope and applicability section. So the first item is the executive director shall develop and maintain a guidance document of best management practices to minimize water pollution from APOs within the San Jacinto River watershed as defined in this subchapter. The BMPs shall be based on technically supported information that is generally relied upon by professionals within the appropriate environmental area or discipline. The BMP's guidance document shall be updated regularly on an interval determined by the executive director to allow for technological advancements and improved practices. So this is the first thing that's saying what we as an agency are tasked to do regarding the BMP's document. So again, we took what the petitioners proposed, we tweaked it a little bit. Let us know what you think of that. So now we move on to the next item under this scope and applicability section, item number 2. Item number 2 currently says, any APO currently operating or seeking to operate in the portion of the San Jacinto River watershed as defined herein, and all that are required to obtain a permit subject to the requirements of chapters 205 and 305 of this permit as they relate to the general permits for waste discharges and consolidated permits. So chapter 205 for you, I'll stop right now, is the general permit rules. Chapter 305 is where we have the rules for individual permits. So for the requirements in these rules within the San Jacinto River watershed shall identify, develop, and implement best management practices to minimize, to the extent practicable, water pollution from APO operations and to include as many BMPs as feasible, but at least a minimum of a certain number of BMPs identified in the guidance document of BMPs developed by the executive director as required by this chapter. So a couple of items in this item number 2 that you need to consider to give us input is that we are saying that the APOs that currently are operating in the San Jacinto River watershed, they need to identify, develop, and implement BMPs to minimize, to the extent practicable, pollution coming from their APO operations. And those BMPs need to be as many as they want, but they need to be feasible, and at a minimum, we need to have so many that they implement. So right now, this is what we're proposing. This is an idea that we have. We don't know how many. Should it be 3? Should it be 10? Should it be, how many? So this is something that we really need your input. How do you think we need to word this language so that APOs go ahead and say, okay, we have included, our 5 minimum BMPs and we have more to address the specific needs in this watershed, BMPs coming from the BMP document. So this is item number 2. This is where we need your input. So we'll move on to item number 3. Item number 3 in this chapter right now says that these rules specifically apply to the San Jacinto watershed as defined in this subchapter and are not intended to be applied to any other basins or watersheds in the state of Texas. So it's just specific to this, and this is how the chapters the subchapters in this watershed protection rules are. Each subchapter applies to a specific unique area in the state. So this is what number 3 is saying. Number 4 says control measures must be properly selected, installed, and maintained in accordance with the manufacturer's specifications and good engineering practices. So this is for the APOs. If periodic inspections by the permittee or the executive director determine that such measures have been used inappropriately or incorrectly or are not adequate, the permittee must replace or modify the controls in a timely manner. So this is the other section that is in the rule. So again, this is where we need your input because this is the implementation, enforcement, and continuation of implementation and changing and evolving of those BMPs. So I'll explain a little bit more this afternoon how stormwater and BMPs work. But this item 4 is really getting at the implementation and enforcement and how we need to have, as some people say, the teeth for this rule. So what do we want, your input on the draft rule? Right now, because we wanted this meeting to be meaningful and productive, we did everything we could to come up with a draft rule. Normally, at the stakeholder process, we don't have a draft rule. The draft rule is written in the second phase. However, we felt that because of what the petitioners provided and, the importance of this rule, that we needed to show you something so that we could have good input. So definitely what we need you to consider for the sand mining BMP's rule language is we need to figure out the watershed area definition. What is that area that needs to be protected or where those BMPs apply? What is that area in the San Jacinto River? The number of BMPs, how many do they need to implement? And any ideas on that? And then, of course, implementation and enforcement of the rule and of the BMPs. So this is what we're going to need your input on. And so now we will open it up and move on to the stakeholder discussion and input part of the stakeholder meeting. So this morning we're going to focus on the items that we just discussed. So, we'll go ahead and open it, and Brad will explain again before we start how we're going to work to give your comments and input. And again, we need to make sure everybody has enough time. So we're not going to cut off anybody. You can speak and tell us what you want, but please be considerate that there's others waiting to speak. So we don't want to have somebody take up all the time. We want to be able to share time. So you can go ahead if you have a long...
Rebecca.
Yes.
Were we going to do the other presentations at this point?
Which one?
We had presentations from Mr. Bob Rehawk, Joe Bullion.
Oh, yes, that's right. Correct. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and tee those up?
Thank you, yes.
If we could start with Mark Freen's presentation, that would be best.
Okay, yeah, I think he's got a time restriction, so, or he's got a conflict, so, Mr. Friesenhahn? Are you there?
Mark, can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I have a short presentation. I see it being put up on the screen. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Back up to the first slide real quick. How many did you put up? Okay, there we go. Yeah, just for the panel and for all the participants, stakeholder participants, my name is Mark Friesenhahn. Bill McCabe asked me to comment in general on the size, scope, and our views on APOs in Texas. I have been involved in assessment of APOs for a number of years now after retiring and realizing the massive extent, growing extent of the APOs across all the regions in Texas, consistent with the housing and commercial growth that the APOs support. What I'm going to do is give you a brief overview of the assessment that I've made along with a group of 7 other technical and scientific professionals who are knowledgeable in surface mining operations. And I'll summarize that on the starting with the next page, please. Okay, like I said, I spent the last number of years in my working career for a large corporation doing providing headquarters engineering support to implement oil sands mining in Alberta province in Canada. Well, little did I know that I would ultimately or later use some of that understanding, which deviated from my earlier oil and gas experience, to try to better understand the APOs. I want to start here by saying our technical team, which now consists of 8 persons, a couple points. We have embraced TRAM, a statewide coalition with now 16 members and covering 34 states, and about 42% of the population resides in those states. We brought our team together, we aligned with TRAM, and we make the point to begin with that we are not anti-industry. We're looking for equitable solutions. And I think the scope and the problem is the issues are summarized on this page. APOs are a big industry in Texas. They are currently about $2.5 billion. The industry includes a myriad of different activities, including the sand mines that we've been talking about in the relevant rules petitions. I've listed them there: open pit, surface mines, hot mix asphalt plants, concrete batch plants, both standard and concrete batch plants with enhanced controls, bulk material handling facilities, all the associated crushing, processing, material handling, and transport operations. And by the way, another comment, I have probably interfaced with most of you guys on the panel at one point or another, so you'll recognize at least a subset of the points here that I'm making. This is a summary chart that we've used to try to get the main points on the table in a concise discussion. That group of APOs, when you look at the nation, are 70% bigger than the next state, which is California. The industry is growing rapidly to meet demands. Most of us have seen the permit statistics by year, the number of enforcement visits that are being made, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Most of the landowner and citizen stakeholder are also seeing the massive buildup in activity, the trucks, equipment moving around, activities within the properties owned by the APOs, and that kind of thing. The industry is growing. It's doing so to meet demand. We believe that if you looked at the ratio of demand versus capacity, that number is significantly lower than 1. And therefore, comments that are being made that more rules and regulations would cause unintended consequences, delay permits, and deny the users the aggregate products, the cement products that the APO industry provides, to be incorrect. We feel it's a issue that is coming to a head, and I'll try to explain why next. Texas, bottom line, plain and simple, does not have comprehensive APO mining regulations. Most of the rest of the nation does. And our APOs in Texas, which is shown in the map at the bottom right, bottom left, and in the little tabulation of some of the larger APOs. They're well-funded, large. Many are international and nationwide companies, and then there are local APOs that are also part of the mix. And as I mentioned, they cover everything from the hard rock aggregate blasting and mining all the way down through material handling facilities that take the products and mix concrete on site with the trucks. The industry, the influence of the industry on the state legislature is strong, and therefore the non-APO stakeholders find themselves in a position where it's very difficult to get a word in edgewise, and we really appreciate the forums and the dialogue opportunities for dialogue that are opening up with discussions such as this. Okay, let me just summarize what I mean by the size of the industry. 70% bigger. California is next. 82% of the nation includes comprehensive mining regulations. And that includes a number of the major players that you see in the lower right that also operate in Texas. So my points here are going to be that I'm going to make is, first of all, the APOs in Texas know full well what it means to operate with best management practices and comprehensive regulations. And in fact, they do so in all the green states. And in addition, in many cases, they highlight and acclaim their success with reclamation, interface with the adjacent landowners, and so on. Texas represents essentially the major holdout. It's 2/3 of the holdout that is still red, non-comprehensive regulations. What we find very interesting is when we started putting TRAM together and comparing those with FPI, Bill McCabe's group, and other groups around the state, all of the issues have a common theme, and I'll come back to those in a minute. We've defined, which we call now 7 key issues that the TRAM organization feels that are the major things that if we can resolve those key issues to the satisfaction of all the stakeholders, we will have a meaningful place for all the industry and the adjacent landowners to operate at some level of cooperation. What we find interesting is when you look at the green states that have comprehensive regulation, there's a common theme that is behind that green. Number one, the populated areas of those states began growing very rapidly. The APO industry responded by providing the products that were needed for that extensive growth. And that combination resulted in conflicts of the various stakeholders. And I mean the regulators, the industry, the large landowners, the nearby citizens, and so on. And what became of that conflict to achieve some resolution was a realistic set of comprehensive regulations that brought equity to all the stakeholders and at the same time provided a small cost increase that was passed through uneventfully on the unit cost of products such as asphalt, concrete, etc., gravel. So we feel like moving toward best management practices that are required and comprehensive legislation dealing with our key issues are going to be needed, and our group, our technical group, and TRAM stand by to have that dialogue. Let's go to the next page, please. Okay. What we've summarized here, and I'm not going to cover all the wording on this page, is we're using a concept that we call key issues. And what key issues are, in our definition, are the apex or the peak of a pyramid of all the worries and concerns about a topic. In this case, APO issues and conflicts. We feel that almost all the subset concerns can be fit into one of these 7 key issues. And further, if the stakeholders work toward resolving these 7 key issues, we will reach a pretty satisfactory place for successful continued growth of the industry, profitability of the industry, and protection of the landowner and citizens' position in all this. You can glance at the titles that are underlined. Air particulate emissions, we feel like we need to get a handle on what those are near the APOs. The regional approach, the API, or the EPA requirements that are being implemented by the TCEQ are insufficient to deal with the growth. We think more is needed there. Surface and groundwater surface or water use and availability. The APOs are not required to account for their water use. Water is short all over the state. Anybody familiar with Texas Water Development Board's forecast sees that. We also are aware that developers are required to account for the water before they put a major housing development in or commercial development. APOs do not. Surface and groundwater contamination. A specific example is in the area I live in on the Balcones Escarpment. The APOs are allowed to operate under the current rules on top of the Edwards recharge zone and further to mine down within 25 foot of the top of the Edwards aquifer. Some of those rules we feel like need to be tested and assessed better because we see examples of rapid communication through the aquifer for any contamination that flows down, etc. Rapid development without adequate regulatory oversight. I've covered most of the comments there already. Truck traffic. The more I study this, the more I find it very interesting. The first reaction you receive from the APO is, those trucking companies don't work for me. They are independent concerns. And we say, yes, that is true. But without the trucking companies, the APO's product could not get to market, and the revenue stream would not be generated. And in fact, we think it's just the other way around. The APO, the trucking companies, have to operate within a set of safe and acceptable standards, some of which are dictated by the APOs. I'll just give you a simple example for thought. One of our APOs brought a best management practice forward for consideration, and it basically states this. They were concerned of truck traffic during school zone times in a nearby school facility, and they simply quit loading trucks during school zone. Yes, the trucking companies did not work for the APOs, but yes, the APOs managed the process. That worked out pretty well for everybody. An inconvenience, but a shutdown issue, no. Nuisance issues. We have a number of those, and admittedly, and albeit down on the list of priorities, we feel like they're important. Light and noise trespass, and I'll toss one of them out. Backup beeper sound over really long distances. I am surrounded by aggregate, hot mix asphalt, and concrete batch plant APOs. It's a 24/7 sounding of backup beepers. And recently, we became aware of, as we studied this, became aware of the alternative solutions that are out there. OSHA and MNCHA. OSHA is the industry safety organization. MNCHA is the same for, or similar for mining. Both have alternative provisions. The one that's caught our eye is what's called white noise or duck quack alarms. And I'll just toss out to you, be on the lookout for the next time the Amazon truck comes to make a delivery to your house, because they're swapping over to the duck quack white noise alarms. Very interesting sound that doesn't carry, but achieves the warning for the heavy vehicle backups. Economic impacts. This is the latest addition to our list, and we see it in terms of the things shown there. Property values, offsetting property values, and agricultural use assessments for taxes. Next page, please. Okay. This is my last chart, and I just wanted to mention the team that we have put together and that has been working together for over a year now, and how that team fits in with the kinds of observations I just made on the first two slides. We have 8 members on the team representing operational and engineering surface mining experience, scientific and technical health data professionals and scientists, and a professor or professor emeritus from the University of Houston familiar with flooding and sedimentation. We've listed several objectives here that are essentially the TRAM objectives with a few subset specifics for our technical team. So basically what I'm doing here is outlining our technical team that has embraced and conversely, TRAM has embraced our work. So we work in concert with the TRAM organization, which most of you all have heard of them. Preserve the natural beauty of the hill country, resolve the 7 APO key issues, work with lawmakers, state agencies, and good faith industry operators to create state standards for BMPs in the APO industry and adopt those to the APO industry and into law. In other words, use best management practices such as the ones we're talking about today to underpin the legislation, which would take the voluntary component out of it and make it requirements that would be reasonable, allowing everybody to coexist without significant individual impacts. Seek all the healthier, safer, more desirable communities and all of that wording. Some of this gets into quality of life adjacent to these operations. We all know that APOs present a pretty intrusive environment for those nearby. I can personally talk about that. The quarry near me is ramping up the startup of a 6,000 ton an hour aggregate crushing facility with the attendant mining operation to support that. In June, their new, very large tailings retention pond failed. I'm a bullseye down immediately to topographically downstream. The dike breach literally flooded a good portion of my pecan orchard, flowed around to the east side of my property, and within 2 hours, my animal ponds became a tailings retention ponds. Why is that? There is probably a lack of best management practice in the dike slope and width, like Bill McCabe mentioned earlier. Bill, when you mentioned that, I take special note of that. That's an example where codes and regulations and best management practice probably prevent that type of an event. Because, get real here, we do not see water impoundment dams fail because they're built with dam design safety standards. Do we need BMPs for the quarries? Probably. How do we go about doing that? With the kind of discussions we're having here. Okay, what are our initiatives? Quantitative assessment and understanding of the industry. I've given you a real brief summary of that. There's a lot more where that came from, and I'll make an open invitation to any of the members of the panel or the attendees to get in contact with us, and we'll share what we know in any format required. We want to resolve the 7 key issues, and we see 3 things: education, dialogue, and legislation. As you probably, particularly you members of the panel and our state legislatures, you've probably already seen the education aspect. We feel quite proud that in most cases, you're not being subjected to emotional, screaming individual citizens, and instead, you're being subjected to a reasonable dialogue with facts and figures about what your industry is about and what we feel like the impacts of that industry are on a factual, data-supported basis. Development of best management practice for Texas APOs to support best practices and legislation. And in fact, we worked with Bill McCabe and have incorporated some of his best management practice material into a broader document that our technical team has developed, and we consider it in pre-peer review, well developed, but pre-peer review mode at this point. And we anticipate bringing that forward for wider discussion within with the industry members, depending on how some of the interim committee activities pan out. Support APO stakeholders with work on rules improvements and legislation. I'm here today to try to give you a feel for what our role in all of this is. And finally, the brief statement of the technical team members. We have 8 members, and they encompass the skills that I've shown there. And that is what I was going to add. Bill, hopefully that gives you a little feel to underpin some of the comments and discussions you've had today. That's all I have, folks. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mark. Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to get to questions in a moment here. We've got 2 more presentations to do. Can we go ahead and tee up the presentation? Jill Williams, our presentation.
Hi, Jill. Go ahead.
Okay, so you actually have up my comments and not my presentation. There we go. That's it. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jill Bouillon. I am the Executive Director for the Bayou Land Conservancy, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak on this issue today. This is our organization's key statewide advocacy issue, so it's something that we've been working on for quite a long time. And we're very appreciative of the TCEQ for holding this stakeholder meeting today, and also to the Flood Prevention Initiative and to TACA for submitting their petitions so that we can have this conversation. So next slide, please. So just a little bit about our organization. We are a community-supported, nonprofit land conservation organization. Our mission is to preserve land along streams for flood control, clean water, and wildlife. So we work primarily in the floody places, just like a lot of the sand and gravel mine operators do in the watershed. Next slide, please. Bayou Land Conservancy has been a leader in land conservation in the Houston region since 1996. We accomplish our goals through the use of voluntary conservation easements. We currently protect more than 14,000 acres from Brenham to Beaumont. Our area of conservation focus is the Lake Houston watershed, which provides 85% of the drinking water for Metro Houston. The green dots on this map indicates our preserves in the area. And another point that I think is really important, we definitely support the flood prevention initiative's definition of the watershed that will have the rules implemented here, because it's not just the west and east fork of the San Jacinto River that can be actively mined. Spring Creek and Cypress Creek particularly, and also parts of Lake Creek are also have a lot of sandy deposits, so they are definitely areas which can and probably will be mined. The other important thing I think to mention is that in this particular watershed, this being Lake Houston, which is the upper San Jacinto River watershed, the population centers are really at the bottom of the funnel. Your Kingwood, Lake Houston area, the Woodlands, Conroe is about halfway down, but that creates some issues because you have a large landmass area draining into really a funnel. So that's why the Lake Houston area saw such dramatic impacts during Hurricane Harvey. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to provide this is a very high-level overview because this is, as I said, an issue that we've been studying as an organization for a long time. We've had a great partner in our local representative, Dan Huberty, who represents the Lake Houston area, and in submitting a number of bills in some previous legislative sessions. We have an interest, as I mentioned before, in floodplain preservation, and our desire is to work with communities that we serve to reduce flooding impacts. And so we update this information or this study about every 5 years. Next slide, please. And so the area of focus, and it's really kind of difficult to see with this web platform, but we study the west fork of the San Jacinto from Interstate 45 on the west downstream to Interstate 59 on the east. The current mapped floodplain for just that stream is about 18,000 acres. And probably will increase when the next set of floodplain maps comes out. Next slide, please. So what we do is we simply use aerial imagery. We don't go by mining permits. We are just looking at the impact spatially in the floodplain. And so when we began to study this, you can see in this particular area of the West Fork of the San Jacinto floodplain in 1995, about 1,300 acres were being actively mined, and that was a little over 7% of the total floodplain area. Next slide, please. By 2000, I think you can really see the impact of just the growth in the Houston area. Of course, a lot of the product that's mined here is being used for construction of roads and houses. So it's definitely going to increase over time. Population centers are moving closer here. So by 2000, about 12.5% and 2,200 acres were impacted. Next slide, please. In 2010, that impact had grown to about 20%, about 3,500 acres. Next slide, please. And the increase in our next year of study was 2014. And then our next slide, please. So So the most recent year that we've conducted this study was in 2017. We'll probably be doing an update, if not in 2021, then 2022. But already you could see just the impact in that floodplain of almost 31% of active mining. Let's move on to the next slide. So I think it's important to remember, first of all, that San Jacinto River is kind of an important river in the history of Texas. We tie our statehood and our connection to the state of Texas back to the Battle of San Jacinto River. It's an important cultural touchstone for many of us. In 2006, the American Rivers, which is a national nonprofit organization dedicated to protecting and restoring healthy natural rivers, named the San Jacinto River as one of America's most endangered because of the threat of unregulated sand mining in the river's floodplain. One of the primary issues pointed out was the lack of reclamation and restoration requirements. Next slide, please. So this, I couldn't even tell you which mine this is, but you can just see that the location of the communities nearby is very close. There's not much of a buffer, and I think a lot of Mark's points earlier is that there's just a natural friction happening between the industry and the communities nearby because of the growth in the state that this industry supports, but the near proximity of the communities to the different operations. And I want to emphasize that we are very much in support of reclamation and restoration of these sites. We understand that we are not going to stop the industry from doing its business, and we don't seek to do that. But we feel that as Texans, we should advocate for to give back something when we're using the natural resources of the state. So my next slide, please. And I'll just end, this very much ties into what Mark was talking about the operators who are working here in the state of Texas and also working in other areas across the country. And I know that we want to be leaders. We want to be seen as leaders. And I recently had a conversation, a very good conversation, with a gentleman who's a vice president for Vulcan Materials. He's working across the country, East Coast to West Coast. He is physically located in California, but he talked about how proud they are with the community-supported reclamation and restoration projects that they're doing across the country, restoring land. They're getting wildlife certifications on their sites post-mining. They're extending their life of their economic activity by turning some of those projects into mitigation banks and selling credits for impacts that development is having. And I talked to one of the land conservation organizations that they work with, and it's a great partnership, and they're both very proud of the work that they're doing together. And I would really like to see Texas and Texans be just as proud of the work that we're doing with the industry here. So I'll just end by saying that what we're advocating for is that standards be developed that provide a broader regional benefit while maintaining consistency and predictability. We understand that's important for the industry. That we provide pathways to link up sand and gravel mining operations with local issues. I think that photo that I showed was very illustrative of how close those local issues really are. We want to keep sediment in place through floodplain preservation and mine reclamation. Sediment transport in this watershed is a huge deal because these rivers are made of sand, and they're delicate ecosystems. And if we don't protect them, they will degrade, and that has an adverse impact on us as people, not just the environment. We advocate to in place comprehensive reclamation guidelines to reduce downstream flooding and water supply threats. This is a big threat to the water supply for 85% of the people who live in Houston. The additional sediment and the bacteria that clings to that sediment that's transported into Lake Houston causes us to pay more for our water than we should have to pay. We advocate for the requirement of reclamation bonds to ensure that financial capacity for site restoration. And we would ask that there be consideration of post-use conservation easements within the floodplain to ensure that even more homes and residents are not put in harm's way. That goes back to the tool that I discussed earlier that our organization uses to permanently protect land. A lot of the projects that Vulcan does, they start out by placing a conservation easement on buffer land so that the communities that are located adjacent have confidence that that buffer land will not be mined and that that will always be there. And then they'll move, when they move into the post-mining stage and implement the restoration plan, they will then place conservation easements on the rest of that mining site so that those communities now have a real community asset that everyone can utilize, and it benefits everybody in the end. So that's my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions at the appropriate time, but once again, my deep gratitude for this process and for everyone involved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jill. Thank you for the presentation. So our next presenter is Mr. Bob Rehak. Mr. Rehak, are you there?
There we go. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to pick up where Bill McCabe left off earlier. He was talking about three major areas of disagreement. And if we could go to the next slide, please. Before I get into those, I'd like to point out two things. The San Jacinto River watershed is both a source of sand for dozens of mines and a source of water for 2 million people. What we're trying to do here is find a solution that works for both sides in this equation. Nobody's trying to put the sand mines out of business. What we want to find, I think, is a solution that makes that water safe to live, to drink, and to live near for those 2 million people. Because right now it's not. It's suboptimal, and I'll get into that in my next few slides. Next slide, please. Let me tell you a little bit about myself and reduceflooding.com. This is a website that I started after retirement. Actually, it started after Hurricane Harvey, which was about a year after my retirement. It has two purposes, to explore the causes of flooding along the San Jacinto, and also, once those have been identified, to lobby for mitigation. I have thousands of regular readers, and the editorial content is focused mainly on Lake Houston and upstream areas. I post news stories every day, at least one, sometimes 2 or 3. And I work with the mainstream media as well as local activist groups. I've tried to work with TACA, not Mr. Leftwich, but his predecessor. I rent helicopters almost every month and fly up and down the east and west forks of the San Jacinto. And in the process, since I've started this venture, I've taken more than 17,500 photos that document the conditions in and around sand mines and also downstream on the river. Next slide, please. Early on, one of the things that became apparent was that sand mining was a large contributor to sedimentation in the river. I'm not saying there isn't natural sedimentation going on, but I'm saying that when you have 20 square miles of sand mines between I-45 and I-69, which is about a 20-mile length of river, you've increased the average width of the river to about a mile, when it used to be 160 feet in its natural state. So you've increased the potential for erosion by about 33x. The United States Army Corps of Engineers found after Harvey, if you look at that photo on the left in this slide, that the San Jacinto River was 90% blocked in places by sand dunes like this one that appeared virtually overnight. There was another one just upstream from this that blocked off the drainage channel for about 600 homes that flooded during Harvey. It was over 10 feet high, 10 to 15 feet high, I believe. I wasn't able to get out to it to actually measure it, but that's the best guess estimate. Also, after Harvey, I spent a considerable amount of time studying best practices from different states around the country. And I tried to compile those and figure out what those states were doing that Texas wasn't. And I came up with 10 best practices that I felt we needed to implement. And I tried to engage TACA, but had little success in that engagement under Mr. Leftwich's predecessor. Next slide. So let's talk about those three critical measures that remain out of reach that Bill McCabe talked about. Minimum setbacks from rivers, performance bonds for reclamation, and mandatory compliance with best practices. The rest of my slides will contain a series of visuals that illustrate why we need those things. Next slide. First of all, let's address why greater setbacks. Virtually all the San Jacinto River mines are located in floodways, as you saw from Jill Bullion's maps. These mines regularly get overrun by floodwaters. The dikes break, they release sediment-laden process water. The dikes also obstruct floodways and increase flooding and erosion, and I'll explain how that works. Next, taxpayers are forced to remove the sediment that comes out of those mines. It's a cost, a cleanup cost that's externalized to the general public. And that cost is substantial. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. The dredging that's going on in the West Fork of the San Jacinto will probably cost $250 million before it's all done. And the state of Texas and FEMA and Harris County residents and the city of Houston residents are paying for that cleanup, not the sand mines. Finally, there's a water quality issue at stake here. Let's look at pictures that illustrate each of these points. Now, next slide. Virtually all the mines on the west and east forks and even the tributaries, like Caney Creek and White Oak Creek, are located in floodways, wholly or partially. As you can see here, that bright white area in the middle of this one is a sand mine in Plum Grove, Texas. I have no idea whether they're a member of TACA or not. It's a Texas concrete mine. And the TCEQ is currently engaged in issuing notices of enforcement and violations against this mine for simply walking away from the mine when they were done mining there. They had numerous violations, numerous breaches, because they're literally feet from the East Fork of the San Jacinto, which flooded badly both during Harvey and during Tropical Storm Imelda. Their dikes breached in a number of places, and the residents downstream from them talk about being flooded by a wall of water that suddenly appeared. That doesn't happen from normal rains. That happens when a dam breaks. And we suspect that's what happened here. Next slide, please. The breaches from these mines are frequent. This is a mine on at the intersection of Caney Creek, which you see in the background here. It's that brownish creek, and White Oak Creek. The Texas Attorney General is currently suing this mine for more than $1 million on behalf of the TCEQ. This mine was breached severely both during Harvey and Imelda. After Imelda, in the May 7th storm that we had earlier last year, they simply left these breaches open, and water was cross-flowing from White Oak Creek into Caney Creek and taking sediment out of the main processing pond here, which goes directly into the headwaters of Lake Houston. These breaches were left open for months. My understanding is that this particular mine is not a member of TACA. But it's an example of an operator that just tries to take every advantage that they can rather than fix their dikes and protect the public. They chose to leave them open. Next slide, please. Another thing happens when you build sand mines in the floodways of rivers. You constrict those floodways. This is a sand mine immediately west of I-45 on the West Fork of the San Jacinto. And again, I have no way of knowing whether this mine is a TACA member or not, but this mine is being sued by the gentleman who operates some businesses opposite it on the south side of the river, which are out of frame here to the left on the lower image. You can see the tremendously high dike that's built up around this mine. And there's a little red circle in that that's magnified in the photo at the top to show you how high those dikes are. I talked to a dredger and asked him if he could estimate the height of those dikes by the height of the dredge. And he said the dike was probably in the range of 50 to 60 feet tall. The grass that you see growing beneath that house on the left of that image is the natural area of the floodplain there, or the floodway. So you've got a house that's built up on stilts that's 2 or 3 stories tall that still doesn't reach the top of that dike. Now, when mines build in floodways, they're supposed to document that they aren't constricting them. Many of the engineering surveys that are submitted on behalf of these mines are suspect. It's hard to believe that you could wall off an area that's thousands of acres and somehow not affect the floodway when you're walling off half of it. What happens here, this landowner that I told you about hired 2 hydrologists, 2 of the leading hydrologists in the state, to conduct an engineering study, and they found that the water that's forced from the north side of the river, which you see in the lower image, to the south side of the river, raises the height of floods on the south side of the river by 3 to 4 feet. And that has had a severe negative impact on his business. Also, by concentrating the floodwaters in a smaller area, you increase the shear stress, which increases erosion because the velocity of the water is also increased. So there are a lot of things here. It's not just sediment that comes out of the mines, it's the construction of the mines within the floodway and that constricts the floodway that also contributes to sedimentation. Next slide, please. This is one of the results. It's a sediment dam that formed on the West Fork at the mouth of the San Jacinto River. We call it, therefore, the mouth bar. And there were approximately 7,000 homes that flooded behind this blockage. It forms a sediment dam behind the Lake Houston Dam. And this is costing hundreds of millions of dollars to remove. It's before all is said and done, and they can reestablish the channel between the upstream West Fork and the bridge that you see in the background at FM 1960, they will probably have taken about 3 million cubic yards of sediment out of this area. Next slide. Another issue I mentioned here was water quality. What you're looking at is the West Fork the day it turned white. This was one of my stories that Fox News picked up and broadcast in Houston. The TCEQ investigators traced this back to the LMI mine farther upstream on the West Fork. They found that the mine had, one of its dikes had breached in the floodway, and that 56 million gallons of sediment-laden water was released downstream, enough to turn a whole river white for a stretch of about 10 miles. Simply amazing. And that all went into our drinking water. Next slide, please. So why have performance bonds for reclamation? Let's switch to the next subject here. There are 3 main reasons. One, if you don't have them, it enables sand miners to walk away from their obligations. Reclaiming the land, replanting vegetation is much more expensive than simply walking away. Walking away is much cheaper than compliance. Some people will always try to pass cleanup costs on to the public. Why? Because they can. It's the same reason why people litter instead of waiting to throw their trash away in a wastebasket somewhere. Waterways in cities are littered with mining refuse on the West Fork and the East Fork. And that litter causes some safety issues, which these following pictures will show. Next slide, please. Here's that Plum Grove mine up on the West Fork. It was abandoned after Tropical Storm Imelda and left pretty much the way it was the day the operators walked out. The TCQ is currently pursuing these guys, trying to get them to revegetate and to remove equipment that was left on the site, but so far they've had little luck. And even worse, the operator of this mine is now operating the other mine that I talked about earlier that the Texas Attorney General is currently suing on your behalf. Next slide, please. I mentioned industrial litter. The dredge that you see on the upper left there is at the mine that was in the slide you just saw. But there are other dredges that have been abandoned on sites that I could also show you. All of these pictures that I'm showing you are representative of types of problems that I've observed from the air and the ground. The next slide is in Humble, Texas. It's on the south side. The next image, I'm sorry, along the top is on North Houston Avenue in Humble, Texas. That's on the south side of the San Jacinto River. And there's a sand mine there and an old concrete crushing plant that was simply abandoned and people just left everything in place. The next image is another mine on the East Fork where a lot of equipment was just abandoned on site. Who knows what that equipment is loaded up with, oil, fuel, et cetera, And the slide on the lower left is a West Fork mine that is a TACA member. Actually, it's an abandoned mine. The TACA member who owned it has since moved to another mine farther up on the West Fork. Next slide, please. So why make best practices mandatory? Why obey regs when it's more profitable not to, is the simple answer to that question. Can you imagine what would happen to the United States Treasury if paying taxes was made voluntary? If we didn't have an IRS to enforce the regulations, even with the regs, many still try to cheat. And again, I'm not saying these are TACA members or not. I don't know. It's hard to tell from publicly available information who's a member and who's not. But I can point you to the location of every one of these images because GPS information is embedded in all of them. A key point here is that we shouldn't try to put those who comply with regulations at a competitive disadvantage by allowing others not to comply. And finally, again, there's a huge safety component with all of this. Let's look at some images that illustrate these points. Next slide. Here's a mine opposite that that's on North Houston Avenue. It's a separate mine from the one I talked about previously. Those concrete barriers that you see are actually guarding the side of the street, which is slowly crumbling into the mine because the sides of it were so steep. They tend to break away in slabs when the water comes up and starts rushing through these areas. Notice also the buildings in the background that are now endangered by the erosion of these slabs from the mine. There are no berms around this mine, like your regulations stipulate. There's no fencing either. They're endangering neighboring properties, neighboring businesses. There's a paintball facility just south of this. There's a golf course driving range opposite on the other side of the road. There are a lot of kids that play in this area, and leaving it like this is a hazard to children. Next slide, please. One of the things that I constantly see when I fly up and down the East and West Forks and look at sand mines is people pumping water over the side of their dikes. To let that processed water out of a pond doesn't require a direct breach into the river. Oftentimes I see, you can see the pump in the top of this image. People just hook a giant pump up and start pumping it over the side into surrounding wetlands and the little trenches that mines often dig outside the mines to help get water to the rivers. Next slide, please. Back up to the previous slide one more time. I want to make one more note about this. The water that they're pumping over the side there is probably infected with cyanobacteria. And cyanobacteria can sometimes produce cyanotoxins, which the CDC says are among the most potent toxins found in nature. And there is no known cure for them. Next slide. Here's another mine that just has left this breach open for years. Why comply when you don't have to? Next slide. There's another safety issue. It's not just kids playing near the mines and, eroding sides that can endanger surrounding businesses. I found 2 instances where mines have mined so close to pipelines that during flood events, headward erosion has undermined the pipelines and exposed them. The mine at the top, or the pipeline at the top, is Kinder Morgan natural gas pipeline that was exposed at that Triple PG mine that I mentioned earlier. That's the one between White Oak Creek and Caney Creek in the East Fork watershed. That headward erosion is now also encroaching on 5 HVL pipelines, which you can see above or below, but farther up the river. These are the same pipelines at the LMI River Road mine. If this were blown up, you could see that those huge 3 pipelines, they're about at least 3 feet, are sagging like clotheslines across that gap that's opened up. The mine and the pipelines argued for 4 years over who was responsible for this, and the problem kept on getting worse. Finally, when I published these photos and wrote the story about it, the Texas Railroad Commission stepped in. I think it was the Railroad Commission. And the pipeline safety folks on the federal level and said, fix it, and they finally did. The pipeline above, the Kinder Morgan natural gas pipeline, they had to drill 75 feet down and splice in a new section of mine to get their pipeline underneath the mine. And now the mine is mining on top of the pipeline again. What kind of brains does it take? This is public safety that we're talking about here. Next slide. All 6 of these images are show the same thing but from different angles as I flew over the junction of Spring Creek and the West Fork month after month. I ran out of room on the page, or I could have shown you more. Starting at the upper left, you see the 56 million gallons of muck that the LMI mine released down the West Fork. At that point, the West Fork is coming in from the right. In the next slide, the West Fork is coming in from the left. That's the one in the top center. And on the top right, you see it coming down from the top. And on the bottom left, it's coming in from the left again. On the bottom center, it's coming in from the top again. And same way on the bottom right. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what's happening in all of these things. If all of the mines up there were practicing best practices and limiting their emissions, these slides wouldn't look that way. They're doing something in each case, either through breaches or pumping water over the sides of dikes to make the water quality worse. And that goes directly into our drinking water supply. At the point that these pictures were taken, you're looking at the upper reach of Lake Houston. This is where the water level is the same as it is at the Lake Houston Dam. So this is our drinking water that you're looking at here. And that concludes my presentation. I just would like to say one last thing, that we've got to stop this pollution. We've got to stop the sediment dams that contribute to flooding, and we've got to stop wasting tax dollars to clean up somebody else's problems. Just enforce regulations that will not really penalize good faith operators. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rehawk. How are we doing on time, Rebecca?
Okay, so right now we are at 11:43. So we had on the agenda that we would be doing the stakeholder discussion on this morning's portion before lunch, but we feel right now it might be good to break for lunch instead, since most people eat lunch around this time. That way you can gather all the information that you've heard right now, and we can go ahead and think about your comments, your input. When we come back from lunch, we will start off with the discussion, receiving your input, your comments. Right now we have 53 attendees, so we have a really good audience of attendees. So when we come back from lunch, we will briefly just go over who is on the list of attendees, and we'll just start, receiving your comments. So it is 11:45. So do we come back at 1 o'clock? Is that an hour and 15 minutes good for everybody? Okay.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Rebecca.
All right, so we'll be back at 1 o'clock. We'll reconvene, and we'll start off right away with the discussion of receiving your stakeholder comments and input. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for the presentations and the information, and have a great lunch.
And just as a note, if attendees want to leave the meeting, they can join again with the same link they used to join this morning after lunch.
Okay, Rebecca? You there?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I've got 1 o'clock. You want to give a couple of minutes, or you want to go ahead and get started?
A couple minutes. We need Josh and Michaela.
Okay.
I'm here.
Who's Josh and Michaela?
Brad, are you on?
I'm here, Rebecca.
Okay. All right.
How would y'all like to proceed at this point? You want to take some questions or just solicit more input from folks?
I guess we can start off with a couple of the questions that we have already, and then we'll start with input. So I want to first share the screen a little bit to show where we are in the agenda.
Okay, 1 second, I'll give you control. Okay, you should have it now.
Okay. Can you all see the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. I guess we go ahead and start? Or reconvene, resume?
Yeah, let's go ahead and start, Rebecca. Did we get we got some questions through the chat, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I'll read those off for you. So our first question.
Okay, well, hold on, let me. Let me just go over the agenda. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Hopefully everybody had a good lunch. So I just want to show you where we are in the agenda. So this morning we went ahead and covered everything up here that we had in the agenda up to showing you the draft rule language. And then we heard from 3 stakeholders. We heard their presentation. So now we're ready to move on to get your input and start the discussion. So we, instead of starting this before lunch, now we're starting it after lunch. We will spend the time that's needed to discuss the watershed petition area, the draft rule, number of BMPs, and then after that we have scheduled to discuss the BMPs and stormwater, how they work, and then go over the BMPs that those petitioners submitted, both the similar or the BMPs that are alike from both petitions and the ones that are different, so we can discuss them after that. So we'll see how much we can accomplish. We are scheduled to finish this at 3 o'clock, so we'll just have to see how far we can go. But go ahead, Michaela, you can read some of the questions that we've received so far.
Okay, thank you. So our first question comes from David Setzinger. I apologize if I pronounced your name wrong. He's with the Kingwood Homeowners Association. And he wants to know, when do the commissioners have their comments considered and included in these drafts? And this question was submitted while you were talking about the draft rulemakings, Rebecca. So if you want to take that one.
So this is a good question, yes. So if you recall when I talked about the second phase of the rule, when we go to the proposal phase, that's when we will present the draft rule to the commissioners for their review and approval to go ahead and publish that in the newspaper. In the Texas Register. So that's when the commissioners and the executive director will have the opportunity to review the proposed rule that we have drafted based on your comments and input. They will review it, they will give us feedback, comments, and then they will say, yes, this is good to go, whatever version they approve is good to go to publish in the Texas Register. So that's when they're going to give us their input, their comments, as well as when we go to the final adoption process, when we go up to them and say, okay, we believe we have a final rule, we've addressed items related to the comments received during the formal public notice process. At that point, also, the executive director and the commissioners have the opportunity to review that and provide any comments for feedback. So there's 2 opportunities for commissioners and our executive director and to make those reviews and provide comments to us. So that hopefully answers that question.
Thank you, Rebecca. We have another question also from David Sitzinger. Who wants to know, when I consider these measures to protect all watersheds that feed into large dams, so protections for Lake Conroe should be added to FPI.
David?
Yeah, I can take that one. So we're limited by the scope of what was provided to us in the actual petitions. So the areas that were defined in the petitions are what we're attempting to regulate at this point. Now, I do remember that the commissioners, at the end, after they made the statement of, directing the executive director, which is who we are as part of the agency, after directing us to move forward with the rulemaking for the petitions, I believe one of the commissioners said, and we can use this to take into consideration maybe looking at other areas of the state in the future. So they didn't, direct us at this point to move towards statewide. So the focus for this rulemaking is going to be within the boundaries of the petition, and we'll see what what lessons learned we get from this rulemaking process, and that doesn't mean we won't in the future have any other rulemakings or any direction from the commission. But at this point, we are bound by the boundaries that are in the actual petition.
So this is David Trail. Maybe I could add a little point to is the reason the boundaries were chosen is because that's where there was a lot of existing sand mining going on, and it's been documented that there is a significant problem that needs to be addressed in that area with sand mining going on. Whereas like north of Lake Conroe, I don't believe that there's any APO sand mining operations in that area. So we chose an area that was small enough to get our arms around, but large enough to be a comprehensive solution. And as you referred, then later on, if we find that this works or it needs to be tweaked, then there's nothing to prevent looking at this later on for other applications elsewhere in the state.
Thank you, Dave. Go ahead, Bill.
I'm sorry, David. Yeah, just to kind of reiterate what Dave said, Josh and I and Dave Perkins all had a lot of discussions to the geographic area we were going to address. And that's why Taka's geographic area is more condensed. We expanded it because we didn't want to leave out any of the sand mining existing mines simply because we thought that would be unfair to the ones that were going to be regulated versus the ones that were not going to be regulated. So we tried to expand the geographic area to include as many of the sand mines or all the sand mines if we could. And like Dave said, I think we got the majority in what we did with our expanded geographic area. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And while we're talking about restrictions or, some of the limitations that we have in this process, there were a lot of comments brought up that previously that were more related to actual regulation of the sand mining activity. And so we're taking the approach here of, looking at best management practices and fitting them into our existing framework in our stormwater regulations to manage the discharge of pollutants from a site related to stormwater. And so, many of the BMPs that are proposed go along with that. But, there are some things that, we just wouldn't be able to address that are outside the scope. And I think it's understood because in some of the presentations, they had mentioned, additional legislation that those types of things would be needed because there's a limitation on what we as in TCEQ would be able to do under our stormwater regulations. Because we do not have the authority, kind of like Railroad Commission does have the authority to regulate certain mining activities where if you're doing that activity, say for coal mining or larger mining operations, you would actually have to go to the Railroad Commission and get a permit for that actual activity. And so, as it was mentioned earlier, in Texas we don't have that for a lot of these smaller type operations. And so we just want to make it clear to everyone that we are going to have some limitations on some of the things that were provided earlier in those presentations. We welcome those comments, though, and they will become part of the record for this rulemaking. But the focus will be on the BMPs that we're going to discuss this afternoon and how to incorporate those into our existing stormwater program. Okay, and so, I just wanted to take the opportunity to say that real quick. Can we go on to the next question?
Sure. Okay, so our next question, it's actually more of a comment. It's also from Mr. Stetziner. It says that the BMP's definitions needs to include to clarify that clean sand is considered in the definition of pollutants. So we'll make note of receiving that comment. And following that, we have a question from Mr. Andrew Goldsmith. If a regulation is adopted, does it have a retroactive effect?
that would have to be included as part of the, as a comment of what you wanted specifically to be retroactive. And when you mean retroactive, do you mean that they would be penalized or there would be some type of enforcement on something that occurred previously, which I don't believe we would have the ability to do. We had an attorney on the line with us, and I think he had to bow out for a minute for, he had a conflict that he had to take care of. So, we'll save that question for him when he comes back, so that, but from my non-legal standpoint, I don't know that we would have the ability to do anything retroactively like that. So, but we'll follow up on that when Mr. Parr comes back with us. Okay.
Thank you, David. 1 second. Okay, a follow-up question from Mr. Setzinger. If you're asking for comments, not comments within the scope of the petitions, why did we then not use the existing?
Okay, so if I may, I think I'm trying to read the question, but I want to clarify. So when we said earlier that, or when David said earlier that we're limited to the scope of the petition, what he's talking about is we're not looking at this rulemaking petition to go into the Austin area, San Antonio area, Dallas area. We're not looking at it to be statewide or to apply to other watersheds. However, the rulemaking petitions did come in and talk about the San Jacinto watershed. So I think, again, our legal person is not here. My understanding is that we can work within the scope of that to define what is it that we want the San Jacinto watershed to be. So if we want to make it a little bit bigger than what maybe FPI suggested, because theirs is broader, if we want to make that bigger, this is something that we want to discuss. So we're not confined to the bigger of the two petition areas. We are confined to the San Jacinto River watershed area. That's what we are confined, and I think that's what we're trying to say. But going outside of this area, going to, like I said, Austin, Houston, San Antonio, whatever, that's not what we're looking at in this rule at this point. So I just wanted to clarify, and I hope that that's what that question is trying to say, or to ask.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, I'll move on to our next question. It's from Mr. Todd Running. What would the reasoning be not to include all APOs in the Lake Houston watershed? What is the difference in the number and size of footprint of APOs between the watersheds put forth by TACA and FBI?
Michaela, do you? I don't think we went into the difference, how many APOs are encompassed between each petition area, but we definitely can look into that. But Michaela, do you have anything to add?
I don't have those numbers handy right now. I can certainly find them and share them with you after the meeting. Just looking at the maps and determining the dots, I wouldn't be able to tell you the footprint of each APO operation, but I could tell you how many of those dots fell within kind of the maps we drew of the area. So I could give you that information. The reasoning not to include all APOs in the Lake Houston watershed, that's just a different watershed area than was presented by our two petitioners. So that's why that wasn't presented as part of the presentation.
So yeah, if we were to then expand this on to that petition, those potentially affected parties were not invited to this discussion, and that was not what was directed from the petitions that the commission saw, and so nothing would prevent anyone from petitioning the agency to do a separate type of rulemaking for those watersheds.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on with our next question. This question is from Venus Price. Can the documents that were shared during this meeting be emailed out to the participants?
So I think what we're going to do is we're going to put them, make them available on our website. Would people be able to download them from the website, Rebecca?
Yes, they can. So right now on our website, we already have, of course, the agenda. We have the actual petitions. We have also the comparison table of the BMPs between both petitioners. We will be adding the presentations from us that we made at TCQ, as well as the presentations provided by the three stakeholders.
Okay, thank you. Brad, let me know that there is someone on the conference line who would like to speak.
Yeah, Michaela, that's correct. Jim, earlier you mentioned there was someone on the conference line that wanted to ask a question.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
I can. Speak up just a little bit for us, please.
Okay, perfect. My name is Emil Shabelbin. I own a piece of property some of you guys may know of, maybe not. It's located off of Interstate 45 and the San Jacinto River. It's a park called Three Palms Action Sports Park. We have a huge property out there. It is in the floodway, and we are just on the southern side of two mining operations, and we are on the west side of another large mining operation. So I've kind of been caught up to speed by a gentleman named Bob, and I had no idea that this was going on or existing, but I did provide him some very valuable information as to what is going on within the regulatory floodway. So I haven't heard all of your conversation, and I don't know the complete scope of your role, but as a resident and a business owner and someone that has spent roughly $1 million trying to figure out why we were flooding with the frequency and why we were losing large portions of our property, it has been estimated that we have lost over 7.5 acres. And of course, we're well north of Lake Houston on the San Jacinto River, and that property is now gone. The riverbanks, both the south and north riverbanks of the San Jacinto River in that corridor has increased in width by as much as 100 feet. And basically that is due to the damming off and diverting of floodway waters during minor events, moderate floods, as well as major flooding. So basically, if we have a minor flood, instead of the flow of the water being spread out over a very large area in the floodway, it's now constricted to a much smaller area. In some cases, restricted to 30% of the floodway capacity to carry the same amount of water due to people damming off and diverting water by operating the sand and gravel companies. So the sand and gravel companies are building up these huge berms along the San Jacinto River. It causes a choking effect of the water, which increases water speed, it increases velocity, it causes erosion, and we have also provided a hydraulic report by Dr. Williams and Dr. Blackler. And I would be more than glad to share all of the findings that we have with you, that you guys can see these 2D models work in real time in what these companies have done to our floodway as far as the floodway capacity itself. Now, the claim is by most all of the sand and gravel companies that they are adding storage capacity to the floodway by excavating large amounts of sand and gravel. However, during minor flooding and moderate flooding, if the water levels cannot overtake their berms, they are actually decreasing the amount of flood storage that we have in our floodways. I would like to know if you guys have any plans to kind of start patrolling or policing these sand and gravel activities. And then also, earlier comment about the, there's really nothing that you can do, so anything that you do going forward will not be retroactive. So basically, if a sand and gravel company has brought in fill material, or if they have dammed off several acres of floodway property, I would certainly hope that you guys are not going to let that slide. Now, we do know that the floodplain administrators should be on top of that with their sand and gravel permits and making sure that they're in compliance and they do not, that they are in step with their permit. So if their permit is an excavation permit, not a fill permit, they should not be able to fill or create dams and levees in a regulatory floodway. So it's an astronomical problem. It needs to be addressed. Conroe, floodplain administrator, they're not doing anything, even though we have hired experts to look into their permits and the validity of their permits to see if they were working within the scope of their permits or if they were in violation. And every one of them are in violation and do not have permits to stockpile and dam off and divert a regulatory floodway. So there's some serious things, and I think that I bring a lot of knowledge to the table when it comes to this particular type of flooding and the problems that it causes for us downstream. Not just downstream, but upstream. Because the folks up at Lake Conroe, they're not happy with Clemson River Authority because the lake pool level is down lower. But I would say that if these sand and gravel companies were put in check and they restored the floodway back to its original elevation, they would in fact have a positive impact on our floodways, upstream and downstream. It would eliminate the silting, it would eliminate the loss of property, it would eliminate a lot of the things that we're talking about today.
Okay, yes, thank you for that comment. We'll have to, that is not within the floodplain administrators. What their role is outside of the scope of this rulemaking. But we can, we'll take this comment and see if we can reach out to them and find out, what is, how they are addressing these issues, as well as the Army Corps of Engineers, if there is any diversion or any work that's being done within those water bodies. There should also be a requirement for a U.S. Army Corps 404 permit. Is that correct, Peter?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we'll take your comment and see what else we can find out, what information's out there. But we don't regulate the actual diversions. As I mentioned before, our program is under the Clean Water Act, Section 402 of the Clean Water Act, which regulates the discharge of pollutants from stormwater discharges. And so this program encompasses stormwater runoff from all different types of activities and all entities throughout the state. But in this case, we're looking specifically at sand mining operations within the area defined by the petitions to determine what BMPs will be appropriate to establish, for the agency to establish with this rulemaking. But yeah, I do understand the issues that you're having and the importance of those issues, and so we'll take your comments and see what information that we're able to provide and see if we're able to give any guidance there. So thank you. Okay, do we have any other written comments, Michaela?
We do. Let me just find the next one. Okay, our next question is also from Venus Price. Will your determination of the final language of the regulations be annotated so that we can understand the considerations that went into that decision?
So the first step is, as Rebecca went through the rulemaking process, once we develop rule language that goes before the commission, it'll be placed in the Texas Register for, if approved by the commissioners, it'll be placed in the Texas Register for a formal comment period. During that formal comment period, anyone that writes in comments, the agency will respond back to those comments in writing. As part of the final rule that comes out, there'll be a preamble to the rule that includes the questions that were asked and the agency's response on, if the question is, did you evaluate this or take this into consideration, we would respond to that in that rule document as, the preamble portion of that rule.
Thank you, David. Okay, we have another question from David Setzinger. Does that mean that getting a permit does not require plans submitted to show compliance with the rules and best management practices?
Okay, so that question I'll take. So after this piece of discussion, the next presentation that we have is regarding best management practices in stormwater. So this question, the answer to this question is that when an entity under a general permit, like the multi-sector general permit that a lot of these APOs are regulated under, they are required to develop and implement a stormwater pollution prevention plan. That plan is kept on site, and they are certifying when they submit the notice of intent to us that they have a stormwater pollution prevention plan that they're implementing. But those plans do not have to be submitted to us. When an investigator goes out to do an investigation, and that's when they're going to check to see if the stormwater pollution prevention plan is in conformance with the general permit regulations, as well as does it include all the elements, and are they implementing it, and is it kept up to date as needed? So that's something that is checked by the enforcement investigators. Sorry, by the investigators, not enforcement, but the investigators. But the plans are not submitted to us for review.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay, next is another question from Venus Price. Will the TCEQ coordinate directly with the Railroad Commission as appropriate to make sure the intersection of AORs can seamlessly follow this issue to its conclusion?
AORs? I'm not familiar with that term. Does anyone know what AORs refers to? So that could be a comment that we, encouraging us to communicate with the Railroad Commission. We'd be glad to add them as a stakeholder here. I don't know if they are, if they're able to participate or not, but we'd be more than happy to invite them into the discussion.
David, Venus Price just said AOR is areas of responsibility.
Okay. So, as I mentioned earlier, the areas of responsibility, since they do have programs which oversee certain types of mining activities, I don't think that there are any regulatory requirements for them to oversee the sand mining. So I don't know if they do have any AORs in that regard, but we'd be glad to reach out to them and give them the opportunity to provide input on this rulemaking as well.
next question is also from David Setzinger. My question on area was to only include the San Jacinto watershed north of Lake Conroe. That will keep APIs from just moving to the northern watershed to avoid rules and BMPs. That is a great comment. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take that under consideration. As I said, what we're approaching or what we're tasked with addressing at this moment is the areas that were identified in this rulemaking. If there is any other direction from the Commission to address any other areas, that will be done under separate rulemaking and providing those stakeholders with the opportunity to weigh in as well.
Okay, thank you, David. It looks like we just have one more comment. Mr. Riak says, greater setbacks would address the issue of floodplain constriction. I'm not seeing any other questions or comments in the chat. Does anybody have anything they'd like to say verbally?
Anybody on the phone line?
Did y'all want to take some questions over the air before we move on to the next presentation?
Yes. We're still wanting to see if there's anybody that has any comments, because again, so let's tackle the watershed area definition. I think some comments have been brought in, but that we need to consider. But right now, does anybody have an opinion, one way or the other, where we should go with FPI's watershed definition or area versus TACA's, which is more limiting, or one that's more encompassing? We want to get your input on that, because we need to define what that area is going to be.
Okay.
Anybody that has any comments to share now would be great. Again, we're taking comments up for the next 2 weeks as well. So if folks wanted to go back and take a deep dive into what those areas are and provide us written comments, that would be excellent as well.
Okay. Well, Eric Orsak has his hand raised. Eric, I'll need you to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Eric Orsak. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service out of the Arlington, Texas office. And part of our mission is to conserve wildlife, of course. Most of that falls under the different sections of the Endangered Species Act. One of those is Section 4, which has to do with listing species that are at risk, and that can happen when people petition our agency. The reason I joined the call today is because I wanted to learn more about sand mining and gravel operations, impacts to water quality, because the area being discussed in the San Jacinto does have two mussels, or at least one mussel, that we're currently reviewing for potential listing under the Act. That is the Louisiana picto. Freshwater mussels occur on the substrate of rivers and can be impacted by various activities, including the types of activities we're talking about today, where they contribute to siltation. They rely on a steady flow of fresh water, and when you have a mussel bed that's downstream of these kinds of operations that contribute to silting, it can suffocate those mussel beds. These are long-lived organisms that cannot relocate when these types of impacts occur, and essentially can get buried. So the other reason I wanted to join was just to lend our support to the proposed BMPs. Anything that's helping protect water quality is, of course, helping protect that quality for wildlife. Specifically, the BMPs proposed by the FPI group, because we think they're more protective. and I'll be providing written comments to that point by the November deadline.
All right, thank you, Eric.
And also thank you for this discussion. It's been very educational, so I appreciate all the input. I can't stay on the phone for the remainder of the meeting, but I did want to just put that out there, and I can answer any questions if anybody has it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, next we'll go to Bob Rehak.
I'd just like to say one thing about the area being considered. I would go for the more comprehensive definition of the area. One that includes the tributaries to the East Fork and West Fork, and here's the reason why. Some of the biggest polluters are on those tributaries, and if you limit it to the East Fork and the West Fork, you're allowing them to skate. They get a free ride. In fact, one of the biggest is one that you're already suing with the Attorney General. They're on Caney Creek, actually between Caney Creek and White Oak Creek. It's called the Triple PG mine. That's the one whose dikes remained open for months while they sent processed water downstream. So, limiting it to just the main forks, the East Fork and the West Fork, is not going to work. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rehak. And with your knowledge and the flyovers that you've been doing, a written comment, in that regard, I mean, we're definitely going to take this comment, but anything else you can provide along those same lines is very helpful as well.
All right, up next will be David Seixinger. David, you'll need to unmute your microphone.
Oh, okay. It worked.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think I got most of my things answered through the questions. I do think it is important to consider the fact that any
Hello?
Yeah, I think we lost David there. David, you may need to go back to typing your questions in the question box. We may come back to you here shortly. Next up will be Emil. I believe this is Shebelbon. Emil?
Yes. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you. Do you have are you using your phone and your computer at the same time? We're getting a lot of feedback.
Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me better now?
I'm afraid not.
I'm sorry.
We'll come back to you in just a minute, Emil. Tom Hager, you have your hand raised, Tom?
Yes. I'm Tom Hager. I'm with Texas Parks and Rec Department. And I just wanted to, on the issue of the affected portion of the San Jacinto Basin, I just wanted to express support for the more comprehensive and expansive definition that you have available for a variety of reasons, including, like you had said, resulting in a more equitable application across the APOs that are currently there and potentially there, but also because of the likely probable, at least perception that, in effect, to go with partial a definition of the watershed, you would be having I presume, unintended consequence of basically directing where these operations go in the future. And besides not wanting them to be directed just by the pressure of potential regulation, just seeing wouldn't want to have the perception of, in effect, being favorable to certain operations who have access to certain other portions of the watershed. So in terms of protection and perception of equitable application, I think it'd be necessary to be inclusive of portions of the watershed, including tributaries.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
All right, let's go back and see if we can get Emil again. Emil? Emil Shapelbon? All right. I believe that's all we have for right now.
Michaela, can you or somebody make me so I can share my screen? The speaker?
I can do that. Just give me 1 second.
Thank you, everybody, for your comments, your input. That's very helpful. And like David said, this is not your only opportunity. We're going to, ask that you provide your comments during the 2-week comment period as well. So feel free to continue talking to us now, but also feel free to send us comments in writing. Can you see my screen right now? Anybody?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that everybody understands. So right now, I think we received really good information and comments on the watershed definition area. So the other thing that we also want to remind you that we need comments on is the number of BMPs, or how we need to address how to address the BMP implementation and requirements through the rules. So like I said, right now, when we showed you the draft rule, we said you need to have as many BMPs as possible, but at a minimum, a certain number. Right now, that's the angle that we're going for, but definitely if there's a different angle that you think is better, please let us know. I know the rule draft language itself may take huge time to review it, evaluate it, so feel free to submit comments within the 2 weeks. But please note that that's one of the items they're specifically considering. How many BMPs, or is there a different way to write that to require that BMPs from this guidance document be implemented by those APOs? And then also the language regarding the implementation and enforcement. That was item number 4 on the draft rule. So any comments on this right now? We'll take a few more minutes, and if not, any more comments right now? We don't have any more comments right now. We will move on to the next part of the agenda. I just want to make sure that everybody knows what we're looking for at this point. And if you have any comments on this, we'll be happy to take it right now. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next piece.
Rebecca, I just have one comment. I'm a little bit confused as to the number of BMPs. I mean, the way I envision it, the BMPs that you would develop would be applicable to all sand mines. It would only be through TCEQ forbearance that you would eliminate some of those. I don't understand why there would be a minimum numbers, in other words. It should be a maximum number, and then any indication that we need some lesser BMPs, that would be up to TCEQ, correct?
Right now we're taking your comments, so yes, give us any feedback you want, and we will go ahead and reconvene and discuss any comments that were received. But yes, right now we're open to what you want, what you think needs to be considered, and we'll look at that. Like I said, right now we wanted to throw something out there for people to look at and provide us comments. If we didn't go the right direction, we'll go into a different direction based on the comments and input that we gather. And of course, discussions with our management afterwards. But
sure.
Definitely, let us know what you really want or envisioned.
Yeah, it goes back to my first comment this morning, is that I see it as an umbrella type of situation, and then as you didn't need the protection of the umbrella, you take some of those away, but not that you just have like 10 BMPs that you have to comply with. You have all the BMPs, but then if there's some reasons for not complying, the TCEQ can grant that waiver. That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rebecca, I did have another question come in related before we move on. Assuming the Corps of Engineers, the question is from Dennis McCleary. Assuming the Corps of Engineers has jurisdiction over the floodplain, have they been involved any on the discussions?
Have they been involved in the discussion of this rulemaking? Because this rulemaking, again, is separate from their requirements or what their role is. So they're under 404 of the Clean Water Act to issue permits related to dredge and fill activities. Our role here is under Section 402 of the Clean Water Act, and it's regulating discharges of stormwater from activities. So I don't know that they would have an overlap on this specific rulemaking, but we will reach out to them and see if they have anything related to the issue that was brought up on the floodplain. So hopefully I addressed your question there. And if not, you can, again, so you can give your comments in more detail during the comment period, and we'll be glad to look to research those for you.
Rebecca, Jill Bouillon has her hand raised.
Okay.
Jill?
Thank you. Yes, going back to regarding the number of best management practices that would be required to be implemented, I want to agree with Bill on this. I think just giving a menu to an operator and saying choose 6 out of 20 of these is not an effective way to do this. I think that if I were an operator, I'm going to choose whatever the least expensive things to do are and skip over those that maybe are the most impactful but might cost my operation more. So I believe that a process needs to be put in place where a mine owner would have to petition to be released from any practices that they feel were not applicable to them.
And then Rebecca, Jim let me know that there's someone on the conference line that has a statement or would like to ask a question as well. Is there somebody on the conference line listening that would like to speak? Go ahead.
Yes. Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello, Emil Shababin here. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. I do apologize for the connection. And I do want to thank everyone for the opportunity to be able to speak and share some of my concerns and the community's concerns. Now, we're talking about TCEQ and the Clean Water Act and 404. I would only say that is just a part of the problem. And, the Texas Parks and Wildlife commented about the mussels being covered up with silken sand. All of this, whether it is stormwater or flood stage water, is a part of the problem. You really can't separate it because when you reach certain levels of the flood stage within the regulatory floodway, when large areas are dammed off, the water is diverted, the water changes speed, it's much faster now, and it causes major erosion all throughout the river, not just this mine upstream or this one downstream, but all throughout the river system. It changes the whole floodway. As a result, it causes communities to be flooded with more frequency for a much smaller rain. And we have this. This is science. This is not me, Emil Shabelbin, without an engineering degree, telling you this. This is me having consulted and seen and worked with scientists that have proven this up. And I would be more than glad to share some of these things with you guys. I'll share them all with you. And I believe it'll help. And so one of the concerns that I have here is we're only looking at a part of the problem, not just, not all of the problem. And the cause and effect from the sand and gravel pits that you guys may not have included in your studies or in this petition to make changes to a regulatory floodway. So I think beginning at the mouth of the San Jacinto River at Lake Conroe, all of that area from the north all the way to the south to Lake Houston, if you look at a comparative LIDAR, which you guys, I'm sure, have available. If not, I can send you that data. 2008 LIDAR, and you look across the floodway. Jill maybe has some of this information too. But if you look across the floodway area, and you begin to look at all these sand and gravel areas, and from 2008, you look at a comparative model from 2018, which is my understanding, it is the latest LIDAR for our area. And you do a comparison, you will see a monumental amount of floodway storage gone. Because floodwaters, minor to moderate floodwaters, cannot freely flow through those areas. The San Jacinto riverbanks erode, property owners lose property, not just Three Palms, but all throughout the area. We've got a property upstream that probably lost 2 to 3 acres. We've got properties downstream within a few thousand feet that have lost several acres of property. That silt, sand, dirt, sediment, trees, shrubs, debris goes downstream, all of it. And this is a collective problem. And to me, it would be great if our floodplain administrators were involved in these petitions to make changes to the regulatory floodway. There's so many problems that would be cured if all of these entities, whether it's the floodplain administrator, FEMA, TCEQ, Corps of Engineers, pick one, if they were all collectively working towards enforcement, it would cure a lot of our problems. It would cure flooding problems that may not be a part of this petition. It would cure the sand and silt and the sediment problems that you guys are talking about for the Clean Water Act. It would add storage capacity by 1,000 acres or more in certain areas to the floodway. And it would just be something that I feel like needs to be more broad than this, what you guys are doing here. And with that said, I would encourage you guys, and I will be making comments now that I've learned about it, and I didn't know about this until I was introduced to Bob. And so my apologies for not keeping up with this kind of stuff, because it just doesn't impact me. It impacts several communities from Lake Conroe all the way down to Lake Houston. And we want to be a part of trying to get resolution with you guys. And we appreciate everything that you've done. Thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions, Michaela? Otherwise, our legal person, Michael, came back and he can answer a couple of questions, the retroactive question. So if you can ask that question, and Michael, then if you can respond, please provide the answer.
So, with regards to retroactivity, the rules that are initiated by within the commission themselves, like these are based on a rule petition, normally will not have any retroactivity. Retroactivity really needs to come from the legislature. When a bill is passed, the Texas legislature that tells us to go regulate something, it will also include a statement about retroactivity. So without a legislative pronouncement of retroactivity, we really don't have the authority to make it retroactive, because there's been no legislative intent, if that makes sense. If anyone has a question about that, feel free to send Michaela a follow-up question and I can explain more.
Thank you, Michael. We did have one other question for your input, which was, will the determination of the final language of the regulations be annotated so that we can understand the considerations that went into the decision?
With regards to the background or the decisions that went into making the rule language, that will be contained in the preamble to the rules. So whenever the TCQ passes a rule, we have to include a preamble document that kind of states all of our reasons and all the science and whatever goes into the rulemaking and what our final determinations are included in the preamble. And also within the preamble, a response to comments portion is included. So specific questions about why did you make this decision will be there too. So it won't be annotated within the rule, but if you go to the Texas Register website, which is maintained through the University of North Texas, that's where you find all the preambles to TCQ rules. And if any of that didn't make sense, please follow up with a question and I can explain further.
Thank you, Michael. Before we move on with the second half of our presentation, I think Mr. Leftwich wants to make a comment about our petition area.
Yeah, thanks, Michaela. I just want to comment on the definition of the area. I believe, we talked about the definition of a watershed really is encompassing of what we're trying to drive at in this process. I believe most of the sand and gravel facilities that are located in this area are in that area, and I'd like to see maybe TCQ even split out the APOs. I mean, I know the map shows every APO, but APO's definition is a pretty broad definition of operators that can include construction, landfill type things, soil places, other material that's really not considered like in the sand and gravel material world. So I'd like to see maybe breakout of those type of facilities compared to the areas that are defined also. And just just a comment just in general too, these operators are going where the material is. So if there's good, decent material that meets specifications, that a lot of the material that is mined in this area is going to state projects, road projects, building projects that have state specification, and a lot of these areas where they're mining, it's the only areas that meet these material specifications where they can get this material for these type of projects. So operators are going where the good material is, where it meets the specification required, and they can properly mine it. Another thing I just wanted to say is, I think I agree in most part to Mr. McCabe's comments too on the minimum number of BMPs comment. I think putting a minimum number on limits operators and what they would do already or what they want to do. And I think every operation is very different geographically and where they are located. And operators need the flexibility where they can choose the BMPs that are required that will meet the needs of their operation in the spirit of the rules that are in place. And another comment just on how these rules will be implemented. I think, once you go and renew your general permits, these rules will be in your general permit rules as they get renewed for your stormwater rules, permits. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any more questions, Michaela? If not, I think we can proceed to the next part. We do have an hour left, so we should continue.
You have one more question for Michael. From Andrew Goldsmith. Does the retroactivity answer mean existing sand mines are not affected by a new regulation?
Michael?
I think we may have lost Michael to a technical glitch. I don't see him amongst the list of panelists at this time.
Okay, well, maybe I can answer that question. So, if we adopt rules, everyone that renews their permit or the existing operations from that point forward will be subject to the requirements of the rule. The exact date on that, I have to check and see if it's of the date that the commission actually approves that rule. But that's something that we can respond back to or look into as we address comments in the next couple weeks.
Thank you, David. I don't see any other questions at this time, so I think we can move forward.
Okay, yeah, it says Michael said he's having some Wi-Fi problems, so he'll join us as soon as he can.
Okay, so we'll move on to the next piece of the agenda. Michaela, can you let me be a speaker, please, so I can share my screen?
I think you still are.
Okay. All right. Okay, so the next piece that we are going to be focusing on briefly right now is best management practices in stormwater. So we've had some good discussion. Now that we're going to get now into the BMPs portion, we felt that we wanted to make sure everybody understood what stormwater is, what the stormwater program's about, and how best management practices are implemented and enforced in the stormwater program so that you know what we already have in place for these APOs that are regulated under the multi-sector general permit or some other type of permit from the Water Quality Division. Then we're going to go through the overview of the proposed BMPs. We will not be spending time on the ones that are similar from both petitions, but we'll focus more on the BMPs that are different. So you can see the differences proposed by each one so that then you can have more familiar basis for your comments. And then we will open it up for questions and discussion. Okay. So I will start off with best management practices in stormwater. I will try to go through this briefly. So as I said earlier in the morning, we received the petitions and they had several parts. So the other part of the petition first was the rule making piece where you say, okay, this is the rule that we want you to look at and adopt. So the next piece is the BMPs document or the best management practices document that the TCQ is going to need to create, develop, and implement and manage over time. It may need revisions. So we're going to focus on this piece now. But first, what is stormwater? So stormwater, as most of you know, is precipitation that comes from the sky. Rain, snow melt, surface runoff, and drainage. So stormwater discharges associated with industrial activities, such as the sand mining operations, are regulated under the Texas Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, or what we know as TPDS, either through an individual wastewater discharge permit, or stormwater permit, or a general permit. And the general permit that pretty much covers these industrial activities at this point are the multi-sector general permit. Stormwater permits emphasize pollution prevention and minimizing exposure of pollutants through the implementation of best management practices. We already discussed earlier the definition of BMPs, so I just wanted you to bring this back to your focus, that BMPs really encompass a lot of things. They can be a schedule of activities, such as an action plan. They can be prohibitions of practices. They can be maintenance procedures, or they can be other techniques, structural controls that are used to prevent or reduce the discharge of pollutants into the water body. BMPs also include treatment requirements, operating procedures, practices. So this is basically what we're talking about when we say a best management practice. So it encompasses several things. So best management practice, as I said, are procedures or methods or structures that the stormwater program uses to address pollution sources and concerns. The goal is to maintain and protect the surface water through making sure that stormwater discharges do not have pollutants in them, so that it doesn't impact the water body, the aquatic life, the human health. In support of or in place of a numeric limit, those BMPs can also have a huge impact. So some of these discharges for a stormwater permit may have limits, such as a lead limit, a copper limit, or mercury limit, so it's a hard number that must be implemented. But then you also have best management practices that are looked as narrative limits, and they are then also used to support reducing the pollutant or also helping to meet a numeric limit. So BMPs have a huge role in the stormwater program. So a real quick example of structural versus non-structural control. So a structural example is what you normally see as a silt fence. This, right here in this picture, we're showing you what a typical silt fence looks like. And a non-structural control would be the operator of that site going to do regular inspections to make sure that the silt fence is, maintained, that it's properly used, and that it's doing what it was intended to do. If not, then it needs to be maintained, it needs to be replaced. So that's what we're talking about when we say structural and non-structural controls. Those are two examples. These BMPs, once they are implemented, developed and implemented at the site, they need to be maintained and used as they are intended to be used. BMPs, as a little bit like Josh said right now, they are site-specific, based on the geographic area, based on the activities being conducted. So those BMPs are really site-specific. What is it that operation, those activities need in order to protect the water body from pollutants running off into the stormwater? They need to be evaluated, and they need to be revised and replaced as needed. So it's not like, we're always using the silt fence and it never works, but we still continue to use it. No, that's not the thing in stormwater. It's like, the silt fence didn't work. What's the next thing that you need to implement? You need to find a BMP until it works. So stormwater permits like the MSGP require permittees to develop a stormwater pollution prevention plan. As I said earlier, that is the mechanism where the best management practices are included, the structural controls, the non-structural controls, the management practices, all those are included in the stormwater pollution prevention plan. So the plan must identify the actual sources of pollution from that site, as well as any potential sources that they feel could contribute pollutants into the water body that may be going through the stormwater runoff. This stormwater pollution prevention plan is to establish those practices and control measures that are needed. And they need to describe how they are going to be implemented and how they are appropriate and the best ones for that site. Stormwater discharges from sand mining facilities that we are specifically discussing here are permitted under the multi-sector general permit under Sector J, which is the mineral mining sector. They must include the following control measures. So already currently in the multi-sector general permit, for those APOs that we showed on the map that have already an authorization under our multi-sector general permit, under Sector J, they have to do these items in their SWIP. They must include good housekeeping measures, erosion and sediment controls, structural controls, employee training. They need to have flood prevention and response plans, and they have to have a maintenance program. So please know that these items are already required and they're already regulated, and they have to do this. And so this must be addressed and included in their stormwater pollution prevention plan. Once the whole site is finished their activities and they're going to close, then before they terminate, excuse me, before they terminate permit coverage, the sand mining facility, for example, in this case, will need to achieve final stabilization of the site, or they need to return the land to an alternative post-mining land use. So these are the items that I wanted to discuss to explain to you what currently is in place and how BMPs and stormwater work. So you need to have a stormwater pollution prevention plan. You're going to have those BMPs be included in there. They need to be implemented, inspected, maintained. And when an investigator goes out there and they find out that the SWIP is not implemented, it's outdated, the best management practices do not work, those burns didn't work, the still fence didn't work, they're not inspecting them, then that's when the violation comes in. That's when there's a violation and enforcement action, depending on the type of violation. That's when the investigators have that mechanism to say, the permit requires you to do this and you didn't do it. Now there's consequences for that. So we wanted to make sure that everybody in this meeting has this understanding of how things work. So that now when we go to the next section, which is the overview of the BMPs that were proposed, you have a better understanding of what they are already required to do and what these BMPs that are proposed, will they be effective? Do we need them? Do we need something else? Which ones do you prefer, the FPI or the TACA BMPs? So we move on to the next part, which is going to be David will review the BMPs for us.
Okay, Michaela, could you put up the first slide for the BMPs? Okay, so this is going to be a quick overview of the best management practices. As we mentioned before, there were the majority of the BMPs, both petitioners were in agreement on. And there were a few where they were not in agreement or had different ideas for. So let's run through this real quick. So the first one for the we'll start here where it says similar BMPs between TACA and FPI, vegetative buffer zones, tillage with lime and fertilizer, permanent seeding, mulching, erosion and sediment control blankets, and surface roughening. So these were all BMPs related to vegetation on site that both petitioners seem to be in agreement with. So we don't have any, we'd be able to include this in our list of BMPs without any concern. So let's go on to the next one. Additional similar BMPs, and these are for structural controls, will be temporary and permanent structures for stormwater control, diversion ridges, berms, or channels, stabilized soil, straw bale barriers, sediment basins, riprap outlet protection, check dams, aggregate stabilized construction entrances and exits, housekeeping practices, post-construction stormwater management measures, retention ponds, and grass-lined vegetated swells and natural depressions. And so this is another list of BMPs that related to structural controls that both groups are in agreement with. So for where the BMPs differ are sod stabilization, silt fences, and rock berms. And so for sod stabilization, TACA proposes protection of trees, involves preserving and protecting selected trees that exist on the site prior to development. And FBI's request was to go further than that, to say if trees die or are no longer viable for soil stabilization for any reason, then they should be replaced within 30 days with an equivalent or better soil stabilizing tree by the operating APO. And so since we do have a difference here, we would like your feedback either in the discussion after we get through these, or if you want to go through and provide them with the written comments, that'd be excellent as well. So let's go to the next one regarding silt fences. TACA is proposing 6 to 8 inches of the fence material should be buried in a trench about 4 inches deep and 4 inches wide. Alternatively, 6 to 8 inches of the silt fence material can be buried under clean gravel placed on the upstream side of the fence if trenching due to hard rock is not practicable. So FPI had the 6 to 8 inches of the fence material. They had the first part of that BMP, but did not include the bolded part with an alternative practice. So let's go on to the next one. Rock berms. Rock berms serve as check dams in areas of concentrated flows to intercept sediment-laden runoff, detail the sediment, and release the water in sheet flow. The rock berm should be used when the contributing drainage area is less than 5 acres. Rock berms are used in areas where the volume of the runoff is too great for a silt fence to contain. They are less effective for sediment removal than silt fences, particularly for fine particles, but are able to withstand higher flows than a silt fence. And so there was no equivalent berm option proposed by FPI there. So there may not be so much of a difference. That's not anything proposed. So for the pre-mining phase, similar BMPs that were the same between the two parties are measures to protect groundwater, crowning of roads, graveling and compacting of roads, design and use of ditches and culverts, and stripping activities. Okay, when the pre-mining phase, where the BMPs differ, or in regards to site evaluation, surface water flow, construction and access haul roads, and land clearing and grubbing. I'm not sure what the pre-mining phase there. Well, so the first one is this evaluation also typically includes the location of the property with respect to existing transportation networks and the end market. So this is, I guess, defining the pre-mining phase. This evaluates, so FPI goes beyond that to then state, locate mines outside of floodways as identified in the FEMA, NFHL, and or local community floodplain permitting regulations. Prohibited activities include the operation of any quarry within 1,500 feet of any navigable water body. Okay, so that one includes a setback requirement. And on this one, TACA has property to be mined shall be evaluated in terms of how the overall mining process will take place. And FBI goes further to say they will also need to do a threatened and endangered species assessment. Operators need to be aware of local floodplain and drainage regulations and meet any local regulations, including obtain appropriate community floodplain development permits. Note, some communities are regulating to the 0.2% risk area, also known as the 500-year floodplain, and or have requirements for any landscape changes in the low-risk flood zone area, unshaded X zone. You are encouraged to check with the local community before performing any work. In addition, be mindful if your property extends across multiple jurisdictions, as they may have different regulations. And then surface water flow. TACA and both FPI have the beginning statement here that using the appropriate USGS topographical map for the area in question. And then TACA goes further to say, for sites with little evaluation variation, these maps may not be useful because the contour lines are typically spaced at 10-foot or 20-foot intervals. Up-to-date topographic data should be obtained on-site to assist in accurately determining drainage patterns. Inspection of the property during or after rainfall events or after a rainfall event can also provide a substantial amount of information regarding how the surface water flows across the subject site. And then the construction of access and haul roads. TACA states the fencing must be installed and secured beneath the ground surface to prevent undermining or underwashing from occurring. And FPI also has similar language. TACA goes further and includes it should be regularly monitored to ensure that it is effective, where FPI has additional language that states the silt fence must be inspected routinely and after each rain event to ensure it is not damaged and will function as designed. So it seems like there's just a difference in the frequency of the monitoring there. The next issue is land clearing and grubbing. TACA states certain limited activities will be allowed within this buffer zone. And TACA also include access roads, provided they are stabilized to mitigate ordinary erosion, placement of utilities and infrastructure, placement of water pumps, placement of outfall structures, and allow for the movement of heavy equipment required to operate sand traps within the stream or river. In all cases, disturbed areas shall be stabilized within a specified time frame of the uses excluded above. Regulatory reference was taken from Texas Railroads Commission statute. FPI has similar language, not as detailed with all the bolded language that TACA has here, but states certain limited regulated activities will be allowed within this buffer zone. In all cases, disturbed areas shall be stabilized within 30 days of the uses excluded above. And so for the mining phase, similar BMPs between the two groups had to do with dredging activities, aggregate wash plan areas for the wet and processing areas, petroleum product storage and handling, BMPs, and oil discharge response and cleanup. And where they differed in the mining phase was the effective use of dikes and maintenance areas. So for the effective use of dikes, TACA proposes angled surfaces deflect and diffuse incoming energy. Wider dikes, if vegetated, can slow currents entering and leaving mines and trap sand. FPI proposes properly sloped dikes will deflect and diffuse incoming energy. Wider dikes, if vegetated, can slow currents entering and leaving mines and trap sand. And finally, wider dikes give the river room to expand during floods. Sloping dikes more gradually strengthen strengthens their resistance to floods, but by itself will not prevent erosion, especially on cut banks. Planting them with grass and or native trees and other vegetation can bind the soil, slow water down, reduce erosion, and help retain sand within the mine boundaries. Okay, next slide. Maintenance area. TACA's language proposed is a spill prevention, control, and countermeasures, SPCC, plan must be in place to implement spill and prevention response. FPI goes further with that language to add, each facility that is located in the floodplain is also encouraged to have an emergency flood operations plan. If equipment can be removed prior to the flood event, that is highly recommended, but trigger criteria and how the equipment can be removed must be identified before the event occurs. Also, who is responsible to make the decision to remove equipment must be identified. And then similar BMPs by both petitioners for the post-mining phase are site stabilization, debris and waste removal, and property grading. Okay, so the difference for the post-mining phase is performance bonds. And so TACA did not propose or propose any performance bond requirements, whereas FPI proposes that the performance bonds are established to guarantee remediation of breaches and or repurposing of mined areas once mining is complete. Reclamation or remediation of sand mines and repair of breaches should be covered by performance bonds. Obtaining a permit requires a mine to file a remediation plan, but it does not force mines to remediate. Operators can simply walk away from pits, creating safety hazards, eyesores, and economic development headaches for communities. So for the non-point sources, there were 17 similar elements that were proposed in the BMPs, 3 differing elements. Mining phase, there were 4 similar elements and 2 differing elements. Pre-mining phase, 5 similar and 6 differing. And then the post-mining phase, 3 similar and 1 different. And so some of those seem that they weren't, the differing wasn't too drastic. Other ones where, like, say the bonds issue, where we had nothing, or TACA did not propose anything, is quite a, that's a pretty wide discrepancy between the 2 proposals. So we will have to go in and look at these and determine which ones are going to be appropriate to include in the list of BMPs. Now, earlier I think we talked about maybe a number of BMPs being applied. I don't know where we had gotten that idea from. It may be, I'm thinking we may have gotten that possibly from the Louisiana document. Maybe they were only including, maybe they only had a minimal number of BMPs, but it seems like the discussion that we were having, everybody would be okay with not taking that approach, with having a set number of, or just having a list of BMPs that all sand mining operations would be subject to, and then, as Rebecca mentioned on how BMPs work, just because you selected a BMP and you're implementing it, but it's not effective, you may have to go above and beyond that to control runoff from your site. And so I know that we're putting these BMPs out for you in this table, and a lot of y'all haven't seen them before, especially side by side. And so I think this would be a good area for written comments where y'all can go through, take a look at these BMPs side by side, and then provide comments on that. But we'll go ahead and start taking your comments on just what you noticed about the differences right here as we ran through those real quick to see if you have anything to suggest at this time. So do we have any written comments, or would anyone like to speak?
Tom Hager has his hand raised. Tom?
Yes, on a couple of points. One of the BMPs is actually one that there would seem to be agreement on, and that is the size of vegetative buffers around streams. And this is a point that's undergone a lot of discussion in a variety of regulatory settings, federal, state, local. And in general, the conclusion has been that the numbers listed in both these proposals would not typically be considered adequate for protection of streams for a couple of reasons. One being that the use of a buffer is to protect the stream from some outside influence, which in this case is a mine operation of some kind. And so the buffer providing protection against that threat should not be smaller just because the stream is smaller, because it's not associated with the stream characteristics, it's the characteristics of the threat. So there would be no intrinsic reason to decrease the size of those buffers as the stream gets smaller. Also, the smaller headwater streams cumulatively are the source of most of the input into the watershed. Most of the water and other things enter these streams in cumulatively around these smaller streams. So protection of them is of greater importance relative, by weight it's maybe potentially even of greater importance than around the main stems. So another reason for keeping the buffers larger. And I know in other cases the size has been subject to a lot of discussion, looking at a lot of the literature and such. Other regulatory processes have come up with around 300 feet being more appropriate. Or even in the case of if we're worried about stream meandering, capturing these pits, and therefore being affected by the pits, the buffer in some cases can be considered to be around the blunt width of the stream, which is the total area of meandering, rather than just to the banks of the stream. Because you have a buffer of, say, 100 feet that moves, that basically meanders and is along the stream bank. As that stream moves, it moves into and out of and through that buffer, so the buffer is no longer effective. So that needs to be a consideration on how a buffer is applied. And in terms of the stabilization BMP, where it mentions selected trees, I was curious who was selecting, under what criteria, and what that really meant, whether it was a meaningful term to say selected trees will be saved. As well as, when we talk about grass in terms of sod, are we just talking about the common non-native turf grasses, or are we talking about actually planting deep-rooted native grasses? Not very clear on those points. Those are the first things that come to mind.
Any thought from the petitioners on, when you propose those BMPs? I guess we'll start with the stabilization ones. Were you imagining native grasses to be replanted?
This was kind of a composite, like I said before. It was basically taken from Louisiana guidelines, and then a lot of different people had input, and that was not one of my inputs. It was from I have no idea who at this point in time, but there were several different parties involved in putting these BMPs together. So I cannot specifically answer that question. My feeling is that TCEQ, the ultimate arbiter in what type of plants and trees and whatever are going to be put in that floodplain or whatever. So a lot of it is discretionary at this time. And like I say, I don't know who would have proposed that specific proposal or that specific grass type or whatever, or tree type, but it was meant as a placeholder to ultimately be decided by TCEQ.
Yeah, and I agree with that also, David. I think the intent of this rule also came from Louisiana, like Bill McCabe was saying, and I think it was intended to replant with some native type grass and not, some turf grass, but they're calling that. But I think it's open for interpretation, and what works best in that environment is something I think we can all get on board with.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was whatever would work best in that particular environment. You're exactly right.
Okay. We're going to steer clear of, suggesting any, invasive species or anything like that. In fact, Tom, would parks have a list of acceptable, grasses or species that we could provide to the stakeholders?
I'm not sure if we would have one that's like really already written for this particular area. I mean, I could find out, but we could help you come up with one. I mean, it'd basically just be the native species list for those counties, and then probably focusing on those that are known to have erosion control value, depending on the characteristics, deep rootedness, ability to expand, things like that. But we could work with you to come up with something if that'd be helpful.
Yeah, it would. I think we'll reach out to you after while we're looking at the comments. Thank you, Tom. Let's get to the other one. The size of the vegetated buffers. And so, Tom didn't throw out any lengths, but he was saying, the width of the stream shouldn't dictate the size of the buffer, because you may have smaller streams up in the watershed or the headwaters that provide a lot of value downstream. And I don't know that we've gotten into that to look at the sizes for these buffers. But we'll definitely take this into account. It would also be helpful if you did have any specific recommendations, Tom, for actual distances to compare to what the petitioners had suggested. So, and that goes for anyone. If anyone has any...
David, I don't think I have any comments on the buffer. I think it needs to be looked at again by TCEQ. I think there's some other references that y'all can reference in other places, especially with smaller type watershed areas, and those actually buffers are actually smaller than 100 foot in smaller buffer areas. So I think there's some other areas we can look at for some guidance on this, and research this a little more.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Michaela, do we have any written questions?
We do. We have a question from Mr. Riak. Does the SWIP cover stormwater that falls both inside and outside the mine? The reason I ask, many of the dike breaches happen from water that builds up outside the mine. So a BMP that made dikes flood resistant might help. I can, attempt to answer this for you. So the SWIP is a requirement of the multi-sector general permit, and the multi-sector general permit is enforced at a facility. And a facility defined in the permit is going to be all of the contiguous land and fixtures, which would include things like ponds, any structures, or things used in the industrial facility that's described by their industrial activity. So when it comes to something like one of their dikes breaching, that dike would have been, part of their facility, the BMP that they're implementing. So the SWIP would be covering, what parameters they're using to build their dikes at their facility. Hopefully that helps answer the question.
I'm just going to, ask another question here because I don't know the ins and outs of the engineering on the dikes that the sand mines do. But are there any opportunities there for the sand mines to look at diverting any stormwater outside, areas that potentially could damage those dikes? Is that something that, we may not be able to do it as part of our BMPs, but is that a process that the facilities have to work out with local authorities, as to not disrupt any of the, existing floodways that are there, to not disrupt any drainage that goes back to the river? Josh, do you have any input on that?
I think it's, every operation's a little different when it comes to that, depending on what's around them. But that's one of the challenges for sure is the oncoming stormwater from other areas coming onto the sand mines too, just because of their location. They're kind of last point for stormwater to go, so they're collecting and creating a lot of a lot more stormwater than originally from only their site to generate. So I don't know if there's a good way of putting a BMP in there that says to divert all other stormwater on there, but I think those discussions with local officials and local planning groups have to be taken into consideration in these projects as they move forward.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Josh. And that's a good point. We see these sand mining operations sometimes become, surrounded by developments, and then having to deal with that runoff from the development coming towards their existing operations. But it's a good comment, and so we'll take a look at what we could do within our BMPs. But I don't know if legally we would have the authority to do anything, regarding stormwater outside of the facility.
Yeah, I think that would be a hard pull too, just from an operation standpoint, to try to get all stakeholders involved surrounding them and figuring out what their stormwater designs were and how they're going to divert stormwater away from their sites also. I think that would be a pretty challenging lift from a operation standpoint and a jurisdictional standpoint also.
Okay, Michaela, do we have any more written comments, questions?
David, no, I'm not seeing any other written questions at this time.
Okay, so the BMPs, like I said before, this is probably the first time that everyone's seen the BMPs kind of side by side. So we like to give you all the chance to digest it and make any suggestions on the wording there, or maybe help or suggest something where the two petitioners had different language there. Maybe some middle ground would be appropriate, if you wanted to suggest anything like that, or suggest your support for one BMP proposal over the other. We will definitely take those into account. Rebecca?
Yes, I would like to add to what David said. We provided in the email, as well as they already posted online, the comparison. So we have a document, I think it's 9, or I remember how many pages long, but it's a table that has the TACA and FPI, BMPs, all of them that we just presented, the similar ones and the different ones, word by word, compare side by side. So take those, read them, digest them, so you can provide your comments. And I want to add to something that David said earlier. If you don't like something, don't just say I don't like it or I love it. If you can, give us information to why you don't like it. Why do you think it's not a good BMP, or why you think it's great? Any examples or supporting information, justification will definitely help when we're reviewing and considering this information as we're reviewing in briefing management. Any information that you can provide us with examples, if there's the published literature out there that you can refer to, or anything, like I said, that would help us. So as David said, give us examples, and if you can, don't just say I don't like it, but tell us why, give us reasons, so that we really have something substantial to consider and to review.
Thank you, Rebecca. Brad, do we have anyone that wants to ask any questions?
At this time, David, I don't see any hands raised. Now would be the time, if there are any questions out there, raise your hand, or if you're on the conference line, get Jim's attention and let him know that you're there. But when we checked, we didn't have anybody on the conference line that wanted to ask questions either.
Well, we have about 10 minutes, so definitely feel free to provide your comments or ask questions now. If not, you will have 2 weeks to provide comments. But we'll wait another minute or so, and then we'll have David adjourn the meeting.
Hi, Rebecca, this is David Phil. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So I did hear a number of comments and questions from stakeholders, seeming that they had ideas or questions that are associated with our rulemaking process here, but go beyond that for flood control, pollution control. So I checked with Michaela, and she said, sure, this is fine. What I'd like to do is provide people an email address. They can reach out to FPI later on, offline, to have those discussions and see if, they want to help contribute in that area. So I have it where I can send it on a chat, or I could just read it out verbally. Which would be best?
You can do both, and we will add it also to our webpage.
You'll add it to your webpage too?
Yes.
Okay.
You can also want to read it out loud right now as well.
Okay. Yeah, I can read it out loud here. Hold on a second. Okay. So it is. So anybody would like to reach out to FPI for further discussions or questions, we have a general email box, and that is L, as in Lake Houston Area Grassroots Flood Prevention Initiative. So it's just the letters, the acronym, LHAGRFPI@gmail.com.
And Rebecca, our email box, was that provided with the invite?
Yes, and it'll be in the slide that we'll show later as well. So as you close the meeting, you'll have a slide with that as well for everybody to have it. It was also in the announcement.
Okay. Well, if we don't have any...
I just was going to say, I just have one more comment. I I think, Taka and the Lake Houston group, Dave Fell and Bill King, I think we've tried to come together and create a pretty good petition for rulemaking, and I think we're pretty close to a lot of the issues that you can see. I think there's a lot of issues that are very similar on, and I want to think it's a group effort that we're doing here, working with them and moving this thing forward. So I appreciate Bill and Dave and their time and effort on this also. So.
Yeah, I think we want to reciprocate and say the same thing, that it was helpful for us to go through that process of discussion ahead of time to understand what the industry's point of view and concerns and history had been. Even though we were rank amateurs in trying to put that language together, I think it gave us a process for a better understanding. And without Taka's help in that, we would have stumbled a whole lot more.
Yeah, and I'll reiterate that too. We appreciate all the help and effort from both Taka and from TCEQ. Thank you very much.
I do have two questions that came in the chat. Our first question is from Joe Bullion. We have 2 weeks to provide these comments, correct? That is a pretty quick turnaround for people to do that kind of research.
Jill, would you like to propose a longer comment period?
Certainly. I would love if we could have at least 30 days.
Okay, any objections to 30 days?
No, in fact, I echo and support Jill's point of view, at least 30 days for people to get a chance to get into it. Everybody else has other jobs too. This is just part of what we're doing. So 30 to 45 days, I think, would be a reasonable time frame, given the fact that we're not looking to try to bring this to a rulemaking position for another year yet.
I think that's fine. I just want to go back through the process. Maybe Rebecca and David. Won't there already be a 30-day comment period on the actual rule that TCEQ comes up with? Because at this point, y'all haven't even submitted anything out for public comment at this point. We're just commenting on the BMPs, correct?
That's correct. So it would be feedback on the ideas presented today. The 2 weeks that we picked was, just an arbitrary, just to give stakeholders some time. If we did go to 30 days, Rebecca, would that affect our timeline that we're currently on? Would it push us back?
It affects our timeline that we presented, but it's not the timeline where we're stuck by the rulemaking timeline. So right now we're still in that flexible stage. Once we get to the proposal, then that's it. From that period forward, we cannot be flexible because we're going to be mandated that we stay on track because we only have 6 months to get to a certain point. But right now, in this period, this is something that we, self-implemented for ourselves so that we can keep this rulemaking process moving on. So just know that if we do add 2 weeks or 3 weeks to it, the month in the timeline that I provided will just be moved up a little bit.
Moved down
a little bit.
Okay. We don't have an actual date set with the commission for proposal yet, correct?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and propose we do 30 days for the comments to come in. And we also have the Thanksgiving holiday coming up, and get some people to not think about BMPs for a few days there. But we'll do, Jill, we'll go ahead and we'll change that to 30 days, and we'll send out a new notification on when that deadline will be.
Thank you.
Okay, and Michaela, you said we had another question?
Yes, we do. So another question from Stephen Windeman. This is great, thank you. Who is to be written in regards to the lopsided state/company interest regarding the lack of community opportunity to petition against mining operations, or at least a community FAQ for all to digest?
Okay, can you repeat that question?
Sure. Who is to be written in regards to the lopsided state/company interests regarding the lack of community opportunity to petition against mining operations, or at least a community FAQ for all to digest?
Okay, Michael Apar, are you on still? I guess we don't have Michael with our legal, but you could submit letters or comments to our executive director, Mr. Toby Baker, and we can provide that to you. If you'd like to reach out to us through our email box, we can provide you with the mailing address to the executive director, as well as any of our commissioners or chairmen, if you have any comments to provide. And then, if you're interested in the process for petitioning the agency, there is a process for petitioning, and so that's within our regulations. And so, if you also provide that in your email to us, we can direct you to where that is and potentially get you a contact with some of our attorneys that may be able to point you in the right direction.
So, Rebecca, David, Michaela, another question is, it was really hard to hear some of the questions. I can hear the answers better, but hard to hear those. And so since this was being audio recorded, is it possible on your website you could post the questions that were asked on this call along with the equivalent response?
Yes, that's a good segue to the next section. But yes, the audio recording for this meeting will be posted later on the website. But as well as the questions that we received and the answers, we will be providing those on the website. It will not be in the next couple of days. It's going to take us, a few days to get those, but we will be able to post them on the website.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions?
I don't see any written ones at this time.
Okay, let's go ahead and close. Could you pull up the last slide? Okay, so here's Michaela's comment, or her email address. So any of those comments, including where to direct comments to, the executive management of the agency, if you could send Michaela an email, we'll be glad to respond with that contact information. And then if you could put sand mining rule petitions in the header of the email, that will be helpful for us to manage those emails. And so right now, we will send something out with a new 30-day deadline in there. And so here are a couple other websites that we have where you can go, where we'll have the documents from this meeting, and like Rebecca said, the audio recording will be available on YouTube at the link provided here as well. Okay, is that our Okay, so thank you everybody for joining us today. Appreciate the discussion, and we will, there's more discussion to come, but we will, our next step is to take everyone's comments, provide the questions and responses on our website for the discussion that was held today, and then take everyone's comments under consideration as we develop the rule language for presenting that or proposing actual rule language to the commission. So, again, thanks everyone. Appreciate your time and your input. Everyone have a great rest of their week. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.